Chair indicated yesterday in the opening of the sitting that we are going to have the House converted to committee state. We are in that stage now. Today we'll be dealing with 3 votes that will be done. It's Office of the Premier, which is vote 1, vote 6, Finance, and vote 12, which is Transport. Thank you, honorable members. In terms of rules, honorable members, this budget debate is conducted through the hybrid means, and the normal standing rules of the legislature will apply to the debate. In terms of connectivity, before we proceed to the budget debate, I must reiterate the ruling of the Speaker which relates to connectivity problems. The Speaker has ruled that the following measures will be adopted to try to assist the members who may not be able to participate in a debate due to connectivity challenges. If a member has a problem with connectivity and unable to deliver his or her speech, the presiding officer will call the next speaker on the speaker's list so as not to delay the proceedings. If the member regains connectivity before a response to the debate has commenced, the presiding officer will be flexible and allow the affected member to deliver his or her speech, with the proviso that the member reconnects to the sitting prior to the commencement of the response to the debate. Secondly, we request that the member who is scheduled to participate in the debate should arrange for a fellow party member to be on standby to read the member's speech into the record should the need arise. The presiding officer will allow a fellow party member to read out the speech on behalf of the member who is unable to deliver his or her own speech. 3, if all interventions fail and the member is still unable to deliver his or her speech and has not managed to arrange for a fellow party member or a whip to deliver the speech on his or her behalf, the speech will unfortunately not form part of the official record of proceedings. In short, if members have connectivity problems, the presiding officers will follow the above guidance to try and assist them. We trust that this is in order. Lastly, members who are not actively part of the debate are reminded to mute their microphones and switch off their cameras at all times. Also, members are requested to take reasonable measures to reduce any background noise that may interfere with the broadcasting of the proceedings. Honorable members, I also wish to confirm that the budget report 2022 and 2023 of the Office of the Premier has been tabled in terms of the standing rules. We will proceed with the matters on the agenda, being the debate on vote 1. Okay, thank you. I'm not so sure whether I'm audible. Is it okay now? Am I audible enough? Thank you. For vote 1, we'll be debating for 135 minutes. There will be a report by the Premier in the Office of the Premier's budget. The Premier will be giving that report in 45 minutes that is allocated to him. Then after that, there will be, on behalf of the Chairperson of the Premier, the Honorable MPP Zungu, for 10 minutes. Then we'll have the members, all members from the ANC, uzothola 9 minutes. Kube IFP uzothola 4 minutes, DA uzothola 8 minutes, EFF uzothola 6 minutes, but there is an apology that is indicated to have been received. NFP is over 2 minutes, ANC 9 minutes, then MF 2 minutes, ATM 2 minutes, ACDP 2 minutes, IFP 6 minutes, ANC again 10 minutes, then bese siba nama response azothulwa ke uPremier wethu. Let us welcome our Honorable Premier, Honorable Zigalala, to deliver your report for 45 minutes.
Thank you. Honorable Chair, honorable members of this House, our guests who are with us today, the Director General and all senior officials who are here with us, Sanbonani, good day, namaste, assalamu alaikum. We deliver this budget policy speech for vote 1, which is the office of the Premier, to this esteemed House after marking 28 years since South Africa entered democratic rule and severed ties with the racist apartheid regime, setting our country firmly on the path to true non-racial, non-sexist, prosperous, and democratic society. We commemorate the Freedom Month under the theme, I quote, consolidating our democratic gains, close quote. We do so in recognizing the giant steps we have taken, but also the road yet to be traveled. We commit to strive daily to honor the contribution and heroic role and sacrifices of those who laid the foundation on which we continue to build. As reflected yesterday, our Muslim compatriots have marked the end of the holy month of Ramadan, and the beginning of the new season has particular significance for all people of KwaZulu-Natal who are beginning a new journey of recovery, restoration, and lasting peace in the aftermath of the season of the storm and floods that devastated the province. We say Eid Mubarak to all our fellow citizens of the Islam faith. As I reflected on Monday the 2nd, Ibandla lamaNazaretha commemorated its founder, Inkosi u-Isaiah Kashembe Bombela, who founded the church more than a century ago. We cherish the rich spiritual heritage of Shembe Church and take immense pride in it as the people of KwaZulu-Natal in South Africa. Honorable members, we stand here rallying from an extraordinary act of nature that has produced the most catastrophic human tragedy in the history of our province and the country. We are still nursing our wounds, recovering from the tragic loss of life and human suffering on massive scale. The provincial government and the people of KwaZulu-Natal pay tribute to South Africans from all walks of life, political parties, civil society, and the international community for standing with our province during South Africa's worst floods in the recent history. We lost more than 435 people, 63 people are still missing, and 630 schools were affected. Once again, we want to convey our deepest sympathies to families who lost their loved ones, and we pray that those who are yet to locate their loved ones will ultimately find closure as search and rescue effort continues. Together with our social partners, we have been hard at work healing the wounds and providing support to the bereaved and affected families, ensuring that they bury their loved ones with dignity. We applaud the decision by COSATU to use the International Workers' Day, which is known as the May Day in the country, to commemorate to contribute toward flood relief effort in the province, where they donated goods that worth 500,000. We also take this opportunity to acknowledge the contributions from various foundations and organs that have contributed to alleviate the plight of the people. These include Motsepe Foundation, AFBOB, Gift of the Givers, ABSA, Rivers Church, Hillgrove Hindu Temple, Revival Mission Center, the Catholics, the Salvation Army, the Covenant Fellowship Church International, the Ntenga Foundation, among others. We have also noted with gratitude that Cyril Ramaphosa Foundation has also donated 1 million to the Solidarity Fund toward flood relief effort. Honorable Speaker, His Excellency President Ramaphosa presented the intervention plan for the government, which seek to address the effect of these floods. This plan is centered around the three focal areas, which are continuing with immediate humanitarian relief, recovery, rehousing people and restoration of services, and rehabilitation and reconstruction of the province. Honorable Speaker, while we waded through the valley of sadness in our province, the leadership of His Majesty, King Zulu continues to comfort and inspire us. There can be no doubt that the sun has risen. Given the magnitude of floods, disaster, and the royal family having lost 5 family members, Isilo decided to postpone his coronation to give full attention to the disaster, but also to give the opportunity for the people to mourn and recover. Our king didn't only console his people in distress, but has been leading from the front and mobilizing resources to meet the needs of our deprived communities. Sitibayete, wena wendlovu. We deliver this address still fully aware of the epoch-changing developments in our province, which are the COVID-19 outbreak, the floods, and the passing of His Majesty King Goodwill, as well as the Regent Queen Mantombi Dlamini Zulu in the same year. In the coming days, we will join the Royal House as we commemorate the passing of our Regent Queen, our Queen Regent rather. The provincial government will support the royal family as we remember Her Majesty and pray for the healing of our nation following the pain we have been going through. We wish to convey our deepest sympathies to the royal family on the passing on of Princess Thembi Zulu Ndlovu, sister to the late Umdlogombane uBhejani Phuma Esiqiwini. Kunina nonke bokuphunga nomageba nemndeni yonke elahlekelwe sithi lalani ngenxiba. As a resilient and resourceful people, we refuse to let the flood catastrophe thwart our effort toward economic recovery and transformation in the midst of the deadly COVID-19 pandemic. We commend the decision by His Excellency President Ramaphosa and his cabinet to accede to our request to declare this as a national disaster after it was initially classified as the provincial state of disaster. The coronavirus nearly decimated economies globally as it forced unprecedented closure of normal businesses and trade. We continue to monitor the trajectory of the disease and reported upsurge of the COVID-19 cases. We emerge from these and the July unrest more determined, aware that to attain a new and better KwaZulu-Natal for all, we must work even harder to achieve our goal of a truly free society. Through our economic reconstruction and transformation plan, we seek to restore growth to pre-COVID-19 level and to create jobs as we totally transform our society. To achieve these goals, we are cognizant that it will take every sector and member of our community through deliberate social compact with our social partners to drive collaboration with government at local, provincial, and national level toward the single objective of rebuilding KwaZulu-Natal. We are not fazed by our setback and disasters. We remain committed to the theme of, I quote, turning the corner in KwaZulu-Natal, building on our resilience, forging lasting peace, creating job opportunities, and ushering in sustainable growth, close quote. And this is what we pronounced on the 24th of February this year when we presented the State of the Province address. We can report that KwaZulu-Natal continued to lead in the implementation of extended public works program, with this sixth administration having created 446,283 work opportunities against a target of 643,263 work opportunities over the 5-year period. Even as we make this remarkable progress, according to the latest quarterly labor force survey by Status A, the unemployment rate currently stands at 35.3%. We ascribe this primarily to the structure of our economy, which lack industrial capacity, has high input cost, embedded corporate corruption, failure of companies to reinvent, lack of sustainable energy generation, instability created by criminal activities of business forum, and of course, the COVID-19. As a defining feature of changing economic times in which we live, our budget as the OTP will, however, still decline from 802.24 million, which was allocated last year, to 763,551,000. Honorable Speaker, it is time for the people of KwaZulu-Natal to rise again and become the architect of peace, security, and prosperity by forging together with key priorities that brings us together. These priorities are economic recovery and creation of jobs, improving access to water and sanitation, fighting crime and building safer communities, social protection and human development, building the capacity of the state, building a better Africa and a better world. KwaZulu-Natal is forging ahead with the implementation of economic recovery and transformation plan to accelerate economy growth and to speed up social and economic change. The plan focuses on agriculture, industrial development, health innovation and manufacturing, clothing and textile, creative industry, investment and trade, infrastructure development, tourism, ICT, and innovation and finance. We're pleased by the recent launch by His Excellency President Cyril Ramaphosa of the Eastern Seaboard Development Project, which is in line with the vision of spatial transformation and inclusion, and involve groundbreaking collaboration between KwaZulu-Natal and Eastern Cape, as well as the municipalities within these areas. The provincial government will continue with the work with national entities in roads and aviation sector to invest in infrastructure development. Honorable Speaker, to foster radical socio-economic transformation, our province has adopted the Black Industrialist Program and further roll out the implementation of Operation Vula as an overarching policy intervention to support SMMEs. These include, among others, the industrialization, the Black Industrialist, the RASET programs, which support the agricultural sector. It also includes the introduction of the KwaZulu-Natal Youth Fund. To enhance energy generation, we want to identify that one key area that has been hindering our economic growth prospect is persistent energy shortage resulting in load shedding. We are taking various steps to ensure energy security, including conducting feasibility study on green hydrogen energy and using the availability of sugarcane to drive our competitiveness in terms of biofuel. We are also pleased that Richards Bay continues to explore the hosting of 2,000 gas megawatt, which is the LPG. We are proceeding with our province-wide digital transformation strategy, which will cover ensuring that the broadband is rolled out throughout KwaZulu-Natal, access to fourth industrial revolution, and ICT-related services. One of the focus area for the Office of the Premier is to turn the tide against the shameful scourge of gender-based violence and femicide. We will at the same time support all organic initiative by community themselves to stand up against gender-based violence and femicide, and implement the 365-day GBV and femicide strategy. In this regard, Honorable Speaker, we wish to convey our deepest sympathies to Advocate Godrich Godi's family for losing their 28-year-old daughter, Hilary Godi, in what looked like another case of violence perpetrated against women. Honorable Speaker, the murder of people in Phoenix and other areas in KwaZulu-Natal is a stain on the road we traveled toward racial tolerance since 1994. We are determined to use this unfortunate development to build ever stronger communities across racial and class boundaries of our cities and rural areas. Our healing campaign will focus on repairing relations between Indians and Africans, but we are also to find, if we are to find true redemption and peace, we must also create bridges between Africans and white people, Africans and coloreds, and between locals and foreigners. The fight against violence and crime will intensify as we strengthen the implementation of the provincial social cohesion and moral regeneration program with practical project promoting Ubuntu to address racial intolerance, Afrophobia, and all forms of social ills. This program will be complemented by multi-stakeholder outreach seeking to resuscitate community leadership to take charge of promotion of peace, safety, and cultural development. Honorable Chair, the departmental budget votes are meant to respond concretely to the commitment made during the State of the Province address. Budgetary allocation must reflect the prioritized areas during SOPA and commitment to build stronger, transformed and inclusive province for all. The Office of the Premier is responsible for the transversal functioning of government by coordinating, monitoring, and evaluating our provincial delivery programs. We take the cue from the National Development Plan 2030, the Provincial Growth and Development Strategy and Plan, and the MTSF Implementation Plan, which is customized through the NDP. And that goes down to local in a form of supporting DDMs as well. The Office of the Premier has a structure that is as follows: administration, institutional development, policy and governance. The key strategic interventions driven by OTP include the Siyahlola program, which involves unannounced visits to service delivery centers and program feedback to communities, the Poverty Eradication Master Plan, the Inkululeko Development Program, where government move into an area which is destitute, engage with local stakeholders and build the infrastructure and social development project that will change the surface and outlook of that area. We are also focusing on the implementation of the provincial implementation plan on HIV and AIDS, TB and STIs. The provincial communication strategy is also our core focus with an aim of enhancing reputation and recognition of the province as well as improving stakeholder relations. Our task also includes supporting vulnerable groups such as women, people with disability, the elderly, children, and LGBTQI+. We are also responsible for democracy support, human resource development strategy, the youth development strategy, the provincial stakeholder coordination, and provincial intergovernmental relations and social cohesion, as well as moral regeneration. We are also guiding and implementing the digital transformation strategy. The district development model, as well as Operation Sukuma Sake, our core focus of our program, which was introduced during the advent of the 6th administration. To reaffirm Vision 2030 of KwaZulu-Natal, the mission statement was reviewed and encapsulated to drive a KwaZulu-Natal that strive to be a province that maximize its position as a gateway to South and Southern Africa, radically transform its socio-economic landscape, eradicate abject poverty, inequality, unemployment, and the burden of diseases. Delivers an environment where people have healthy and sustainable option on where and how to live, work, and play. In terms of the budget allocation, Honorable Chair, Program 1, which is administration, is allocated 193,426,000. The Office of the Premier for 2022-2023 is allocated, as I indicated earlier, 763,551,000. At the head is Program 1, which provide administrative support to the Premier, the Director General, and the Executive Council. There are 5 sub-programs supporting this program, and there are Premier support, Executive Council support, DG support, financial management, and intergovernmental relations. The sub-program, Premier support, has been allocated a budget of 31,024,000. Executive Council support has been allocated a budget of 9,325,000. The sub-program, which is the Director General support, has been allocated a budget of 21,815,000. The financial management support has been allocated a budget of 109,772,000. This is meant to provide sound financial management and advisory services, as well as auxiliary services for the entire department. The intergovernmental relations sub-program has been allocated a budget of 21,490,000 to coordinate the programs that relate to intergovernmental relations, but also international relations and cooperations, including twinning programs which include the following: Myland Twinning Agreement, Fusion Twinning Agreement, review of Kinshasa Twinning Agreement, as the provincial government will be undertaking a visit to DRC this year. The province maintains very close relations with all embassies and consular offices with a view of building relations with the rest of the world as a basis for trade and investment. Recently, the Provincial Executive Council approved the International Relations Strategy and the Official Development Assistance Strategy. Honorable Speaker, Program 2, which is Institutional Development, is allocated 398,490,000. The purpose of this program is to improve service delivery through institutional capacity building and pursuing transformation agenda in the province. The program comprises of the following sub-programs: strategic human resources, legal services, information communication technology, communication services, special program, forensic investigations, and integrity management. Sub-program, strategic human resource, is allocated 103,873,000. The function is to coordinate and monitor the customization, development, and implementation of human resource policies, systems, programs, and plans for the province. The Employee Health and Wellness Unit was at the center of coordinating provincial interface as we confront the scourge of COVID-19 and ensuring the health and wellness of employees. Sub-program Information Communication Technology allocated 83 million, and the advent of COVID-19 has forced the government to come up with a new and a unique intervention in order to continue with services and communicate with citizens and stakeholders, thus making the digital transformation and ICT a critical platform. As we continue to navigate with this, we have been working closely with Microsoft, and I'm sure most of you can confirm that even during the COVID-19 lockdown, we didn't stop functioning. We continued to work through the services of ICT. The OTP supported development of digitalization in the province, and we will be implementing this partnership based on the following foundational pillars. 1, platforms and systems investment coordination, consolidation, capacity development partnership, 1 smart provincial platform, which is open development platform. Migration to a capable cloud with artificial intelligence, business intelligence, Internet of Things has been a focus in the repositioning of the nerve center in the province. This has also required that we dedicate clear focus on automation of e-leave, e-submission compliance, DG tracking, war room app, and bursary management. Implementation of phase 2 of the Premier Hotline, e-submission, digital skills. In 2022, the Office of the Premier will review the government-wide enterprise architecture strategy to ensure the automation of the departmental systems, including innovatives such as e-leave system and all others as mentioned. As indicated, this program is allocated 88 million to ensure that all of these services are carried through. Honorable Speaker, sub-program legal services is allocated 12,371,000 to coordinate the continuous review and amendment of legislations to give effect to changing circumstances and to correctly reflect, shift in or function the policies that are implemented by the government. The next sub-program is communication services, which is allocated 73 million. Communication is responsible for sustaining and enhancing the 3 principal elements of government, which is responsiveness, effectiveness, and accountability. It assists in the creation of an empowered citizenry by providing a timely two-way communication channel between government and citizens. The program was at the forefront of the fight against COVID-19 pandemic by providing timely health and safety information to the people of KwaZulu-Natal. It also helped to support government responding to the July unrest that erupted last year. The sub-program on special programs is allocated 85,926,000. Under this program, we can report that the Human Rights Awareness Program was rolled out in 80% of the districts and local municipalities. The Disability Access Audit was successfully implemented in the 5 district municipalities. The Centenarian Program was realized in the 6th district. The coordination of the program through Operation Sukuma Sake yielded results where the MEC champion honored the centenarians in various districts. We can also confirm that we continue to work with the senior citizenry in all challenges facing them to ensure that they live healthy and protected, including dealing with the challenge where old people are killed and victimized for various reasons. They participate in various programs, including Golden Games for older persons, and they continue to make us proud. Honorable Speaker, the KZN Youth Empowerment Fund was established in 2018-19 to support youth business. The first tranche was 50 million, which was allocated, and the second was also was suspended in 2021-2022 due to COVID-19. We wish to report to this House that for this financial year, working together with relevant departments, we are going to take this youth fund from 50 million, which was in 2019. Now it is going to be 100 million in 2022. The sub-program Forensic Investigation and Integrity Management is allocated 35,170,000, and this program is responsible for undertaking forensic investigation services as well as integrity management services for all departments. As you are aware, on the 1st of August 2020, the Forensic Investigation Unit was transferred from the Treasury to the Office of the Premier and placed under the Institutional Development and Integrity. The unit completed 15 investigations and conducted 28 follow-ups to track the status of implementation of the recommendations arising from Forensic Investigation Report. Through the Forensic Audit Unit, OTP has intensified the fight against fraud and corruption and undertook the following initiative: worked closely with the Anti-Corruption Task Team, National Prosecuting Authority, the South African Police Services, Fusion Center, Specialized Commercial Crime Unit, and Asset Forfeiture Unit to assist in fighting criminal investigations. OTP continues to monitor the implementation by accounting officers of recommendations contained in forensic report. Program 3, which is policy and development, focuses on initiating the provincial-wide development and implementation of strategies and policies to achieve a coordinated approach towards sustainable provincial growth and development. It is allocated 175,635,000. The sub-programs of this program are Provincial Policy Management, Premier's Priority Program, and Royal Household. The sub-program on Provincial Policy Management is allocated 36,974,000 to ensure that they continue to initiate, facilitate, provide support, and coordinate implementation, as well as monitor and evaluate provincial policies and plans. These also include supporting the work that is done by the Provincial Planning Commission, as well as making recommendations to the Provincial Executive on the long-term strategic development perspective for the province. The Executive Council adopted the KZN mid-term or medium-term strategic framework implementation plan for 2021-2022 as amended due to cluster contributions given that we were affected by COVID-19. Honorable Speaker, the Provincial Growth and Development Strategy remain our compass to achieve inclusive growth through our Vision 2030. Working with the Planning Commission, We continue to monitor and facilitate alignment of provincial plans, policies, and implementation instruments, as well as coordination with national frameworks. The sub-program on Premier's priority programs is allocated 71,345,000. It is focusing on Operation Sugumasake, especially to support war rooms. We are also in a process of integrating OSS with the district development model, and we have revitalized strategies, including the OSS handbook, OSS strategy, capacity and COVID-19 safety plans of OSS war rooms. Honorable Speaker, through the Inkululeko Development Project, OTP is leading the implementation of an integrated multi-purpose and multi-sectoral development project in strategic nodes, such as the one of Indumo. The rural development strategy is targeted toward the improvement in the quality of education, health, sustainable livelihood, job creation, quality of life, as well as facilitating the creation of dignified communities. We aim to deliver safety, secured, high-quality service delivery. The focus for 2022-2023 will be to ensure that these projects that are not complete are successfully implemented and completed. Royal Household is allocated 67,316,000 to support the necessary work that is led by His Majesty the King. These include activities hosted by the Royal House, which are annual traditional and cultural events, including the King Dinizulu Prayer Day, the Royal Reed Dance, the First Fruit Ceremony, Umkosi Woselwa, Amaganu, Umkosi Wesivivane, Ukonza by the Makanya clan. The king will also perform his role of installing Amakosi in terms of our traditional custom. The OTP is forging ahead with major maintenance projects, which include the erection of new security fences and providing adequate security support at all royal palaces. Honorable Chair, in the current financial year, as I indicated, an amount of 67,316,000 is budgeted for the royal household programs, including supporting the work of the Zulu Royal Household Trust. Honorable Speaker, finally, our revenue, which mainly comprises of revenue from commission on PESAL, deductions such as insurance premium and garnish orders, is budgeted at 1,462,000. Building a capable, ethical, and developmental state is one of the priorities of our government. We seek to ensure that the state drive the collaboration of all social stakeholders to effect fundamental socio-economic transformation. We want to ensure that citizens play a bigger role in driving the vision of a better KwaZulu-Natal. This exercise of budgeting is not only merely to allocate the resources for government program, but is to build a culture also of monitoring and evaluation which ensure every cent is used properly and responsibly. Honorable Speaker, I wish to take this opportunity to thank the Director General, Dr. Nonhlanhla Mkhize, advisors to the Premier, the staff of the Office of the Premier for their continuous commitment and dedication. A word of appreciation goes to members of the Executive Council for their guidance and support at all time, the legislature, but in particular, the Portfolio Committee on the Office of the Premier, the Chairperson, Honorable Madlopa, and I wish her speedy recovery. The recent storms and floods provide a unique opportunity for all of us to make Ubuntu, human solidarity, and collaboration as the new spirit and culture of our province. Let us seize the day as the province and unite behind the goal of building safer, dignified, and prosperous communities that are more adequate and resilient to future storms and disasters. Honorable Speaker, honorable members, I hereby formally table before this August House Vote 1, Office of the Premier, with a budget of 767,551,000 for the 2022-2023 financial year. I thank you, Honorable Chair. Right on time.
Thank you so much, Honorable Premier Kuzeni, and for your diligence. It's true that your timing was excellent. We just have to mention that because it's part of professionalism, it's part of dedication, even understanding your core content. We want to thank you. Then in the debate, report on behalf of the Chairperson of Premier, as I've already mentioned, that Honorable Madlopa couldn't be with us. We are giving the platform to Honorable MPP Zungu Manzini for 10 minutes, giving us the report.
Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Premier and his Executive Council, and the esteemed members of this August House, it is a privilege for me to table the committee report on the Office of the Premier's budget, which briefly outlines the deliberations on the 2022-23 APP and budget of the Office of the Premier. It is a welcome opportunity for us in the Premier's Portfolio Committee to participate in the debate of the Office of the Premier's budget policy statement presented to the House today by the Honorable Premier. The areas covered in the report by the Honorable Premier are the ones in which the committee has keen interest. The committee met with the Office of the Premier in several meetings for the first draft of the final draft APP and budget. The meeting to consider the final draft of 22 and 23 annual performance plan and budget was held on the 15th of March 2022. For the Portfolio Committee on Premier to get succinct understanding on these two documents, the committee noted and satisfied itself that indeed the department has considered and aligned its 2022 and 23 APP to the 2030 National Development Plan, 2019 to 24 Medium-Term Strategic Framework, 2024 to 25 KwaZulu-Natal Provincial Growth and Development Plan, and the 7 priorities of the 6th administration as outlined also in the MTSF document. Once again, in the current 2022 and 23 budget year under tabling, the Portfolio Committee has noted with keen interest the outcomes of the department that have remained unchanged as follows, being outcome 1, improved government and accountability, outcome 2, with improved coordination, integration and efficiency in government, outcome 3, inclusive stakeholders, engagement and improved partnerships, and outcome 4 being the professional and ethical provincial administration. On 2022 and 23 budget overview, the committee has noted that the Office of the Premier's budget is anticipated to decrease from a 2021-22 main appropriation amount of 802.2 million to a budget amount of 767.5 million for the 2022 and 23 MTEF. The committee has observed that the decrease in this department budget from 2021 to 22 main appropriation to 2022-23 MTEF is influenced by the non-allocation of 50 million in the 2022 and 3 MTF. I'm sorry? Yes, yes, okay, it's fine. The 50 million allocation is in respect of the KZN Youth Empowerment Fund, which was established in 2018 and 19 to support the fund youth business. This is a very important program of the department and is close to the heart of the Portfolio Committee on the Premier. The committee learned during the meeting that the department was yet to utilize the 50 million for this program, which was allocated in the 2021 and 2022 financial year. The committee expressed a concern that this money had, at the time of the budget consideration meeting, not yet been utilized. However, the committee was given reasons for the delay for the department, which included the large volume of applications, being more than 4,000 applications that had been received by the Premier, which needed to be processed by the department. The committee was also taken into confidence that the non-allocation towards the Youth Empowerment Fund of 2022 and 23 MTEF is in no way signaling the program was now defunct. This especially after the Honorable Premier made pronouncement in his State of the Province address this year on the 24th of February, that this program would continue with an amount of 100 million in 2022 and 3 financial year. The department informed the committee that this program will receive its allocation when the 2022 and 3 adjustment budget gets tabled by the Provincial Treasury around mid-year. The committee is pleased that the Office of the Premier is in the process of strengthening the functionality of Operation Sukumasake structures and to further reinvigorate its campaign ensuring the effectiveness and functioning of the structures and participation of the departments, especially in municipalities. The committee remains committed to giving the full support to the Office of the Premier in ensuring that it fulfills its primary mandate as stipulated in the annual performance plan. To this end, the committee welcomes the amount of 2 million for the district champions of OSS and DDM responsibilities. It has always been of concern for the committee that war rooms were not receiving any financial support. We therefore appreciate this specifically and exclusively appropriate funding. As little as it is, but it is something considering the financial situation that we face as a country. The committee will be playing financial and non-financial oversight role over the financial allocation of 767.5 million as follows. For Program 1 on administration, to a budget that is amounted to 193.4 million, which the department has indicated to cater for social cohesion and moral regeneration program events and effective management and administration of the department, amongst others. We feel that it caters for the filling of the 4 critical posts in 2022 and 3 financial year is also important to be done. For Program 2, institutional development, to a budget amount of 393.4 million, which the department has indicated will cater for shifting of forensic investigation services from Vote 6, Provincial Treasury, accompanied by the centralization of the ICT function to this program, amongst others. Moreover, it caters for the filling of 8 critical vacant posts in financial year 2022 and 3. On program 3, police and governance, to a budget of amount of 175.6 million, which the department has indicated it will cater for the management of strategic projects, transfers to Rural Household Trust to an amount of 24.8 million for the provision of administration, maintenance and management of the assets of the ZRHT, including the royal palaces and farms in terms of KZN ZRHT Act of 2019, amongst others. Moreover, it caters for the filling of 6 vacant posts for the financial year 2022 and 3. Honorable Chair, in playing its financial and non-financial oversight over the above allocated 767.5 million for the 22 and 3 MTF, the committee wishes to bring to attention to this House budgeting sitting that the committee in turn continues to desire to assist the Office of the Premier to be leading example to other departments in achieving clean audit outcomes. This will be through the committee focusing vigorously on how the department spends its vote funds throughout the 22 and 23 MTEF. The committee has emphasized once again that it will not accept any underspending and overspending by the department. Also, as part of the oversight, the committee will also closely track the progress and implementation of the finance SCOPA resolution this year. It will, through utilization of the resolution tracking mechanism as per the sector oversight model. Our observation as a committee during the engagement with the Office of the Premier, the committee wishes to highlight the following areas of concern that arose. The committee has noted that the Zulu Royal Household Trust has a fundraising program within its activities. The committee has always raised a concern that little was being done by the trust to accelerate revenue generation strategy within the fundraising program. The committee was informed that more effort is being made to intensify the revenue generation strategy to assist the trust to get so that it will be able to fulfill one of its functions for which it was established. The committee will further monitor the strategy once it has commenced. As mentioned above, the committee will consider the budget, and all members of the committee and all parties supported the 2022 and 3 budget as tabled, with emphasis that Youth Empowerment Fund receives its allocation mid-year during the 2022 and 23 financial budget adjustment tabling. I'd like to thank you, House Chair.
Thank you so much, Kwabini, for that. The opening of the debate is done from the ANC, Honorable RZP Zulu, for 9 minutes. Makeba, the platform is yours.
Honorable Speaker, Honorable Premier of our province, Kabisa, members of the legislature, Siyabingelela ekseni. Honorable members, let me first extend my deepest gratitude to the People's Liberation Movement, the ANC, for trusting us with the responsibility to represent it in the debate as we debate the Vote 1 2022-2023 budget. Honorable Premier, we congratulate you and your department for successfully tabling a budget, which is an expression of the commitments made during the SOPA. You tabled this budget despite the challenges in the national fiscus and the global economic downturn exacerbated by Russia's military operations against the Ukraine, which is on its own has affected the supply of key commodities across the globe. We are, however, as a province, jubilant that you have navigated through these muddy waters to provide yet another inspiring budgetary plans. As members of this august house, we perceive and receive this budget as an instrument to realize the pledges made in your SOPA to turn the economic fortunes of this province. Honorable Premier, it will be inhuman of us not to consider that your budget speech comes at a time when the province is still reeling from the devastation of the floods on households, on our infrastructure, on the livelihoods of the millions of our people in the province, most severely to the families who lost their loved ones. We are also aware that your department has been at the forefront in cushioning the blow of this devastation. I shall expatiate on this further in my debate at a later stage. We therefore join you to wholeheartedly extend our deepest heartfelt condolences to the families. A reduction in budget. Honorable members, we have noted with concern the reduction of the budget, which appears thus far to have been consistent across the board from 802 million in the past financial year to 767 million in the current financial year, amounting to a 5% budget cut. Regardless of how it may appear, however, it remains an undesirable development where the 22 inflation rate is expected to be at 8%. It is generally a widely considered view that a current government will incorporate amends to offset the impact on inflation on its ability to deliver services. KZN Youth Empowerment Fund 2022-2023, not part by part additional 50 million. The budget was finalized before the SOPA in January. We note and welcome the report of 50 million allocation to the KZN Youth Empowerment Fund. Despite the budgetary setbacks, we also note the volume of applications to the tune of 4,000 as a reflection of entrepreneurial drive and proves among our youth. We are aware that, Honorable Premier, that you have gave the people and youth of KwaZulu-Natal your word that your department will allocate 100 million towards the KZN Youth Fund. We appreciate the report to committee that the current 50 million budget is planned to be augmented after the mid-year adjustment by additional 50 million. Honorable Premier, will have failed out in our oversight responsibility if we do not tie you down to this commitment. This reinforcement will be critical to investigate given the said volume of applications. The age to relegate youth empowerment is to the periphery, divorced from overall economic growth programs, is over and historically unfortunate. This must and should come to an end in a province where more than 83,000 people joined the unemployment queue according to the last reports of the labor force survey. Among these, the majority being youth. We therefore make a resounding call to the department to expedite the processing of the totality of applications as indicated to ensure the funds are fully and unapologetically spent. On Operation Sukumasak, in terms of the OSS, the conceptualization, implementation, and effectivity of OSS remains a cornerstone in the province's program to expedite service delivery. We note the allocation of the 2 million to district champions. However, the committee adopted a report last year which outlined challenges with the program and recommendations. Thereafter, which among many was a lack of commitment to the program by the sector, departments, and municipal officials. We have not been appeased as to how the department is dealing with and addressing such issues. The effective of OSS has a far-reaching impact on service delivery and only needs us to get it right. Intervention on the recent floods, as expressed in the beginning, the devastating impact on the recent floods cannot be overstated. Honorable Premier, we thank you for being visible and at the forefront in the efforts to assist affected communities. We also thank opposition parties who have been able to rally behind you and demonstrates a joint commitment of Ubuntu and be party to your efforts, including the mobilization of various stakeholders across society to heed the humanitarian call sounding from the hilltop of your office. These efforts include the integration of all departments to provide the relief to victims and affected sectors. The coordination of the Disaster Monitoring Task Team, the Monitoring Center for Rapid Response in conjunction with funeral parlors where affected families were assisted to plan and bury their loved ones. We are aware that those through the initiatives of plans, families buried their loved one, and the ANC-led government has been in the forefront in mobilizing and assisting the bereaved families. Honorable Premier, understaffing on the forensic unit. Since the incorporation of the forensic unit from the Treasury, the unit has worryingly continued to be understaffed. We are, however, welcome the filling for 2 directors, but obviously there are still that need to be filled. While this is commendable, we hope that the department will expedite the hiring process and use the 389 million to cater for the shift of forensic investigation services to realize a full-fledged and fully functional unit in no time, as this is already overdue, including the centralization of ICT functions. Honorable Premier, as I conclude, Honorable Speaker, I consider the fact that we are in May, which is universally dubbed Africa Month. Hence, I cannot help but reminisce and borrow the words of Africa's dearest son, the founder of the Kenya's independence, a revolutionary and a statesman, Jomo Kenyatta, who coined the doctrine Harambe, which means pulling together. Where he emphasizes and call all his countrymen beyond the ethnic, classic and ideological differences, that our children may learn about the heroes of the past, but our task is to make ourselves architects of the future. The beauty of these words is that the next generation will hold us collectively accountable beyond party lines about the future we have built for them. Let us rally behind the culture of good governance, accountability, and effective public service for the sake of our generations to come. I thank you, Honorable Chair.
Thank you so much, Tulis Kandaba. The next member to partake in the debate from IFP for 4 minutes, Honorable MP Kuala. The platform is yours.
Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Premier and members, our position as the IFP is that we believe in constructive criticism, not cheap politicking and point scoring. We are not opposing the government just for the sake of opposition. We oppose the government's wrong policies affecting the common man. We give credit where credit is due. We criticize when it is necessary. When we support the budget, we do it without any reservation. And if we oppose it with a concern. The IFP does not behave like other political lunatics in this house who play a man, not the ball. We only deal with issues, not character assassination. The budget that has been presented by the Honorable Premier seems to be enticing. However, the problems begin when the projects are to be implemented. There is a lack of project monitoring. Many projects that have failed were introduced with the aim of developing people and taking them out of poverty, yet have now turned into white elephants. For example, the Luamba project, a multi-million rand project that was introduced in Tambanana. Further, an incomplete multi-million rand fresh produce tunnel project was abandoned in Mapumulo. The project, which was launched in 2020, was left incomplete after an investment of about 8 million. As we gather here today, no one has been held responsible
for the failure of these projects. We have also been kept in the dark about the imposition of consequence management to those implicated in alleged corruption with regard to the funeral of the Nazareth Baptist Church leader, Vela Shembe. Therefore, there must be consequences for incompetence on the part of officials and contractors. The culture of embezzling public funds must stop. Lastly, Honorable Chair, the IFP has noted that lately the Office of the Premier has engaged in some shenanigans that cannot go unchallenged. I want to call on the Premier to tell this House whether he denies or confirms that according to the minutes of a meeting between Department of Agriculture and Rural Development, the Office of the Premier and the Royal House of Trust, one Municipal was about to sign a 30-year farm lease agreement with Department of Agriculture and Rural Development. What process was followed to come to that conclusion? Is this Prince Mbonisi Zulu acted as a king for 10 minutes after the demise of the late king? Is the same person who is earning 25,000 rand a month from the Royal House of Trust? Is this Prince Mbonisi Zulu who is employed by COCTA as a research specialist, person number 635212202, earning 600,000 rand a year? Was the appointment in accordance with the Labor Relations Act? Was the post advertised? Is Prince Mbonisi Zulu qualified enough to be appointed as a research specialist? Who are the other candidates that applied for the same job? Why the other candidates were disqualified? What are the responsibilities for Prince Mbonisi Zulu as a research specialist? How true is that the driver of the vehicle for Queen Mazungu that was involved in an accident was not a right person to be behind the steering wheel, and that the vehicle was not insured? I direct these questions to you because the buck stops at your doorstep as the captain of the ship, Honorable Premier. The IP believe that in the interest of transparency, it is incumbent upon the Honorable Premier to come out of the shadows and clarify these issues as they dwarf his office. The Premier must remove the veil of secrecy. I thank you very much, Chairperson. Thank you, Mpepeto. The next member to partake in the debate is from WDA is Honorable Z.M. Mwanga for 8 minutes. Pangazita, the platform is yours.
Thank you, Chairperson. I would firstly like to wish our Chairperson, Orma Madlopa, a speedy recovery, and uNkulunkulu abe naye asheshe alulame. I thought umhlonishwa uzowachaza ukuthi obani lamalona athi kakhuluma ngawo. Useyabale akachazile. Honorable Chairperson, there is no doubt that like all departments in KZN, the Premier will have significant challenges in trying to make the most effective use of 767 million his department is charged with managing. Honorable Premier, water tankers. I won't discuss anything about water tankers today. Honorable Chairperson, we note non-allocation of 50 million rand in respect to KZN Youth Empowerment Fund, which was established 3 years ago to support and fund youth businesses. The Portfolio Committee has visited some beneficiaries in the past and witnessed how this funding assists small privileged disadvantaged youth of this province. It is therefore concerning that this fund is not budgeted now. This is despite the Premier making commitment of 100 million towards Youth Empowerment Fund during SOPA early this year. The big question, where did the Premier get this figure of 100 million without assurance from Treasurer? Even today, Honourable Speaker, the Premier still make a commitment of 100 million rand on this budget, but as we discuss this budget, there is no allocation of 100 million on this tabled budget today. It's also noted that even last discussion within Treasurer, they made it clear that they have not yet budgeted this 100 million, and they're still gonna look where they can find money. So it's very strange that the Premier can come today again and commit to this 100 million. So mlomo kuyadida nokho ukuthi uNdunankulu angavele azokwenza izithembiso noma akhohlise abantu abasha ngesikhathi bedinga uxhaso lokufukula amabhizinisi. Kanti ubani ohola isifundazwe? Kanti kusuke kwenziwani kule hotla uma nizobuye nidideke, Honorable Premier? Honorable Chairperson, the Premier has 4 main outcomes, but the big question is whether this budget is not enough to help the Premier in achieving these outcomes, or the Premier will fail regardless of the amount budgeted. Honorable Chairperson, we have KZN Royal House Trust under the watch of the Premier. You can go back on their last 5 years report. They always talk about the revenue strategy, but even today, there is no strategy. You ask yourself, where is the strategy, and why the Premier has failed to ensure that this entity fulfill its commitment in order to ensure that our monarchy is financially sustainable and independent. Ukungabikho kohlelo lokuthi iKZN Royal House Trust iziqoqele izimali kwenza isimo esingesihle sokuthi indlunkulu incikisele osopolitiki abaziyo ukuthi basemandleni. Isikhathi sokuthi indlunkulu izimele sifikile nokuthi isilo esisha sithole uxhaso kuhulumeni ngaphandle kokuncikiselwa ngosopolitiki. A lot is going on under the Premier. We have been asking questions about the farm given to one member of Royal House and the same person who is a board member of the trust. How this happened? Umhlonishwa also referred to this person. We saw not long ago the Premier playing politics with the monarchy when his department was purchasing vehicles for the Queens. In March 2021, the Office of the Premier approved the request and allocated 5.1 million to the trust towards purchasing of 7 vehicles for the Queens. The issue of the vehicles was discussed even after the demise of the late Queen, and the Portfolio Committee was assured that the 7 vehicles of the late Queen was already ordered. Honorable Premier must do honorable thing, apologize for misleading the public, and take full accountability of this mess. I won't say the Premier lied because I respect him. The 4th outcome of the Premier department talks about professionalism and ethics. You need to lead by example. During the handover of the ceremony, the Honorable Premier told the media that all vehicles costed less than 800,000, which was far from the truth. Akulona icala ukuthi angazi uma ungazi, akekho nje umuntu ongebe ngasola undunankulu uma avele athi akazi noma akanaso isiqiniseko. It was really embarrassing to see the Premier becoming emotionally while trying to spin everything after he was exposed that he actually lied about the price of the 5 vehicles that worth more than R1 million each. The Premier tried to even say the amount excluded VAT, as if people of this province are naive. Shame on you, Honorable Premier. Unfortunately, it didn't work, Honorable Premier. Whoever advised you with such a spin misled you further and caused more embarrassment. The Provincial Treasurer has highlighted the possible irregular expenditure, while Honorable Premier still maintained everything was above board. Can you, Honorable Premier, today, before this House, please commit that you will resign as a Premier if Treasurer or Auditor General prove that indeed that there was irregular expenditure incurred during the purchase of the Queen's vehicles? It is about accountability. You will be more respected if you do so. Honorable Chairperson, it was strange that Honorable Duma yesterday praised the Premier in handling the coronation processes and the budget for it. It is strange because the Premier has not taken the Portfolio Committee into confidence on the process and the project of coronation. The coronation will be without a doubt one of the biggest events this government has ever funded in Ndlunkulu, and we don't want anyone to try and damage the image of our monarchy by stealing the funds during this process. We can't simply ignore the fact that some have been even used funerals to steal public funds and always try to emotionally blackmail anyone questioning the expenditure. I'm today reminded that when some of us questioned the expenditure of the late leader of Washembe, we were called by names and emotionally blackmailed, but later in investigation proved us right. The funeral of the king and the queen costed this government more than R4 million, and they are questionable expenditures. But the moment you ask questions, some say how can you question the funeral of the king? Honorable Premier, do you even know that some prices were negotiated with service providers after the service were rendered? Can you call that good governance? The DA does not believe the Premier has done enough to improve governance and accountability ever since he took over as a Premier. Typical example that quickly come to mind is the time this government takes in doing forensic investigation and lack of transparency when these investigations are done. We had even yesterday the difficulty that Honorable Rogers had to access a report from you, Honorable Premier. The big question that you must ask yourself, why are you hiding these reports? We need to know as to why, Honorable Premier, you are hiding these reports. If you are serious about accountability, you must be transparent to this province. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Mwango. The next member to partake in the debate is Honorable A.V. Khoza. We had 6 minutes, but we have since received his apology. He's not going to be partaking. Then the next member to partake in the debate is Honorable from the NFP, Honorable C.M. Shinga for 2 minutes. Ndelu, the platform is yours. Let's engage honorable members, but don't drown the speaker on the podium. If you can just try to maintain the decorum of the House.
I have been told I can make use of the forfeited 6 minutes.
I don't know how I wish.
Honorable Speaker, honorable members, distinguished guests. Honorable Premier, the KZN Youth Empowerment Fund received a total of 3,675 applications. This should be the indication that there are many young entrepreneurs in the province who long for a helping hand to start their businesses and implement their ideas. Apart from the 20 million on the 20 million the fund received from ATIA, we want to see more funds injected to this fund to help young entrepreneurs out there and create more job opportunities, not only for young people, but for the KZN citizens. Honorable Premier, the contract between your office and the National Skills Fund ended in March 2020, and no further training programs, no new funding is anticipated over the 2022-2023 MTF. We call upon your office to reconsider this agreement and funding of this program. We need to utilize every program available to combat and fight the issue of youth unemployment. We have seen in many cases that human rights are being violated to the extent of killing people with albinism. And we note that the human rights awareness programs, as per your report, Honorable Premier, were rolled out in about 70–80% of the districts of the province, which excluded other big districts like Umgungundlovu, Yoheri, Gwala. Honorable Premier, community outreach programs need to be implemented in all districts and their respective local municipalities. It is essential that programs like community engagement, dialogue, generational programs are implemented all over KZN to guarantee the awareness of the community. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Shegumkulu, for that. The next member to partake in the debate from the ANC, Honorable MPP Zungu, now coming as partaking in the debate for 9 minutes. Manzil? Honorable Zungu. The House is without a chief whip as well, and not deputy chief whip. Thanks, Honorable Manzini. The platform is yours. It's your day today, presenting and debating at the same time.
Ngiyabonga Hlalo.
Let's maintain the decorum, honorable members. Let us not drown the speaker on the podium, please.
Sihlalo nendlu yakhe ehloniphekile. Ngivumele ngibonge leli thuba engilinikwe inhlangano yabantu ukhongolose kuba ngibe ingxenye yenkulumo mpikiswano ngesabelo mali sehhovisi kaNdunankulu sonyaka mali ka-22 and 23. Siyabonga Ndunankulu ohloniphekile Mnumzane Zikalala osethule le nkulumo yesabelo ewumhlahlandlela okuzosetshenzwa ngawo kulonyaka wezimali esiuqale ngenyanga kaMbasa. Sihlalo uma sibheka isabelo mali somnyango kaNdunankulu kuyabonakala ukuthi uhlelo lwesibili yilona olunikwe ingxenye enkulu kunezinye izinhlelo. Lokhu kungenxa yokuthi mkhulu futhi umqoka kakhulu umsebenzi owenziwa ngaphansi kwalolu hlelo njengoba phela luyisizinda sokuthuthukisa umfutho wokusiza kwezinsiza emphakathini ngokulola nokuqeqesha. Ngaphansi kwalolu hlelo siphinde sithole isabelo mali sokuthuthukiswa kwezobuchwepheshe besimanje. Umuntu ngeke akugcizelele ukubaluleka kwalomkhakha ukusebenza ngoba isikhathi esingangeminyaka emibili esedlule sifunde ebume ukuthi sisebenzise ubuchwepheshe ngenxa yokufika kwesifo sobhubhane lokhuvethe. Ngakho ke lolu hlelo lumlalazi wokulola ubuchwepheshe ukuze iminyango kahulumeni iqhubeke nokukwazi ukuqhuba imisebenzi noma kukhona izifo ezingamagciwane angasivumeli ukuba sihlanganyele ndawonye kumbe linye. Njengoba ihhovisi kaNdunankulu kuyilona elumdidiyeli wemisebenzi kahulumeni wesifundazwe, lokhu kusho ukuthi kubalekile ukuba kuqiniswe ezokuxhumana ngalesi samba esiyizigidi ezingama-73. Lokhu kusiza uNdunankulu ukuba kwazi ukuxhumana nokwazisa umphakathi wesifundazwe lapho kuba khona izinkinga ezihaqa isifundazwe njengoba sisuka esimeni esibi lapho kubhujwe khona ngenxa yezikhukhula. Ezokuxhumana ezikhathini ezinjengalezi zisiza ngoba uhulumeni ayazise umphakathi ngezinsiza ezisuke zikhona nehlinzekwele wona. Ngiyafisa kubalula ukuthi nakuba lesi sabelo mali sethula ngaphansi kwezimo ezinzima ingekho imali, kodwa kuhle ukuthi zikhona izikhala ezizogcwaliswa. Besingathanda ukubona izikhala zemisebenzi zigcwaliswa zonke ehhovisi likaNdunankulu. Kepha kuphoxa sona isimo sezimali engekho. Ikakhulukazi besingathanda ukubona kubhekelelwa kakhulukazi abantu besifazane ekugcwaliseni kwezikhala ezimqoka ngoba ukuqwasha kwabo kubonakala kusasilele emuva. Kanjalo nokuqasha kwabantu abakhubazekile. Ngokwezibalo zokuqasheka kwabantu besifazane emhlabeni nje mangathi jikelele emhlabeni jikelele zikhomba ukuthi iqhaza labo lisami ema-47 ngokwamaphesenti uma kuqhathaniswa nabesilisa ababalelwa ema-72 samaphesenti. Lokhu kukhombisa igebe lamaphesenti angama-25. Abantu besifazane abafuna imisebenzi bakuthola kunzima ukuthola imisebenzi kunabesilisa. Ngonyaka ka-2021 izibalo zazikhomba ukuthi ukuqasheka kwabantu abakhubazekile kumi e-19 bese kuba nenhlesezana encane ka-1 oku-19.1%. Lokhu kuyakhombisa ukuthi iminyango efana nehhovisi likaNdunankulu lisahlale lo msebenzi onzima ukulungisa lo monakala ukuze kuvaleke leli gebe. Angithi phela siphila esikhathini lapho sithi khona wonke umuntu unelungelo futhi kufanele wonke umuntu athole isidima ngendlela aphatheka noma azizwa ephatheke ngalo. Mhlonishwa Ndunankulu, abantu balapha kwaZulu Natal babheke wena, babuka wena emehlweni ngqo. Hayi wena siqu njengomuntu kodwa ngokwehhovisi nangokomsebenzi owuphathisiwe. Nanxa kunezimo ezibagulubuzele bahlale bazi ukuthi uzoqhamuka uzoba sengathi. Ngeke ke singakubalula ukuthi sikubonile ushabasheka uhola isigungu sakho sikahulumeni uqashisa emphakathi. Ngesikhathi nje masinokhuvethe undunankulu ubonakele nesigungu sakhe eqashisa emphakathi. Kanjalo futhi saphinde sakubona nangesikhathi kunzima ngenyanga kaNtulukazi nyakenye la okuyinyanga esingasoze sayikhohlwa ezweni lakithi lapho bekunombhikisho esingayithatha ngokuthi idicelele phansi kakhulu ingqalasizinda eningi ikakhulukazi uma ngabe kuziwa kulabo abasebenza ukuhweba. Amabhizinisi amaningi a-affecteka noma ashayeka ngenxa yaleso sehlo sikaNtulukazi. Nalapho awuzange ucashe kepha wabonakala emphakathini ninesigungu sakho nikhuza umhlolo. Namanje futhi siyakubona sikubonile njengoba sihlaselwe ilezi ikhukhula. Uhambisa nosizo oluhlobohlobo uhambisana futhi nabanye abathintekayo uma ngabe kuwukuthi kukhona izinto ezinyantesigazi ezehlela izizwe namazwe kanjalo nathi sisifundazwe sikubonile usebenza. Sithi ke Khuzeni asikubonga okwenzayo thina njengokhongolose. Uyabasebenzela abantu balesi sifundazwe futhi usazoqhubeka ubasebenzele. Ngingakophothuli nje ihlalo ngaphansi kwalolu hlelo lwesibili lehhovisi likaNdunankulu kukhona nohlelo lokulekelelwa kwamabhizinisi entsha. Ngabe angiwenzanga umsebenzi wami lapha endlini uma ngingakhulumanga ngalolu hlelo. Lolu uhlelo lumqoka kakhulu futhi esizibonele ngawethu ukuthi luyisiza kangakanani intsha yakithi. Saze savumelana sonke ngwazilinye ukuthi lolu hlelo luhle kakhulu futhi sisazoqhubeka nokulandela silubheke njengekomiti. Sinethemba lokuthi luzophinda luhlinzekele lolu hlelo ngenkathi sekwethulwa isabelo mali esihlelenjiwe maphakathi nonyaka ngokuxoxisana kwehhovisi lakho Ndunankulu kanye nomnyango kaMgcini Mafa esifundazweni. Siyikomiti sibonile uNdunankulu usebenza ngokuzikhandla kanye nabasebenzi behhovisi lakho ukunakekela isifundazwe. Ngakho ke siyakukhuthaza ukuthi uqhubeke njalo ungapheli amandla. Siwukhongolose futhi siyaseka lesi sabelo mali sehhovisi likaNdunankulu noma sibona ukuthi asenele kodwa sinethemba lokuthi inamhlanje alifani nezolo kanjalo nekusasa liyobe lingcono kunanamuhla. Ngiyabonga sihlalo hloniphekile.
Thank you so much, Kwabini, for that. The next member to partake in this debate from Minority Front, Honorable Esther Rajpans, for 2 minutes. Honorable Rajpans, the platform is yours.
Small town rehabilitation like Escort, Dante, Dan Hauser, Empowerment Fund, but our oversight can promote policy advocacy. Essentially, annually, this Honourable House requires a cost-benefit analysis of this fund. Thereby takes its opportunity to thank communities of various states in KZN who have rallied to assist our government to bring relief to citizens in our flood-ravaged areas. This, the AFAC, supports the OTP budget with these recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable Rashbans. I just hope and pray that she was audible enough, but on our side, she was not audible adequately. If the IT guys can also check whether they could just do something on the volume. The next member to partake in the debate from ATM for 2 minutes, Honorable M.A. Pagati, Pangazita. Pangazita siyabonga, sakuphoxa sona isikhwathi. Thank you so much. The next member to partake, we are very objective, impartial, and ensuring that we are consistent when giving members the time. The next member from the ACDP, Honorable Esimanqele Bishop, for 2 minutes. The platform is yours.
Thank you, Chair. Greeting you and protocol observed. We as ACDP welcome the allocation of 767 million to the department. According to the financial budget speech, it was said that the Provincial Planning Commission will continue to monitor and facilitate alignment of provincial plans, policies and policy implementation instruments to the national and provincial priorities. It is also noted that the department will play a leading role in coordinating the work of Provincial Government Council, constituted over the years by the Provincial Executive Council, including Provincial Council on AIDS, the Council on Climate Change. Having said about climate change, we are appealing to you, Honorable Kuzeni, to ensure that the proper assessment, investigation, and safety prevention measures are put in place in future, including the regular monitoring, upgrades, and maintenance of are conducted, ensuring that our province is inadequately equipped should we experience the heavy rain in the future. During the looting, most schools were vandalized, and after the heavy rain that has hit our sector being damaged, we urged the Premier to prioritize this infrastructure because our youth is our future. Thank you so much, Kuzeni, for empowering the youth in your budget and also the royal family. But as ACDP, we also plead ukuthi ngekubukele leya khona le group Kuzeni engama drop outs or standard engafikanga kwa-10 engenama degree, but they are the part of the youth and they are most of them unemployable. So if we can also look at them. Thank you so much, Kuzeni.
Siyabonga kakhulu Bishop, kuphoxa sona isikhathi siyafisa abasinamandla kaJoshua, but let us proceed, honorable members. From the IFP, Honorable VF Hlabisa for 6 minutes. Bulawayo, the platform is yours.
Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Premier, and honorable members, as we debate the budget of the Office of the Premier, our province is still mourning the untimely departure of the citizens of this province as a result of the disastrous floods that befell our province 3 weeks ago. We keep all the families in our prayers for the loss they sustained. To the families who have not found their missing loved ones, we pray that God intervenes in His mighty way so that these families can find closure. The Office of the Premier may not have the biggest budget to run as compared to other departments, but the Office of the Premier is the center that must hold. It is the custodian of good governance that should set the tone for the province and revive hope and trust to our people as trust deficit grow daily between the government and the citizens of our country. The vulnerable people of our province who are exposed to abuse and violence must find shelter, protection, and intervention from this Office of the Premier as a starting point. As the province has to rise from the triple disastrous effects of the COVID-19, the 2021 July unrest, and the recent floods, the Office of the Premier must provide leadership on economic recovery and the drive to create more job opportunities. It is the Office of the Premier that must lead when it comes to consequence management, clean audit, corruption-free department, and the office that spend the public fund prudently in an accountable and transparent manner. As the Premier has tabled the budget of the office at the amount of 767.551 million, the IFP welcomes and supports this budget. Of course, Honorable Premier,
No, not yet. You're about to, you've got 35 seconds. You can just round up on those.
The renovations in the Royal Palace must be given a priority, and we know it is late and the man is software performed by the government to the money of its money. Traditional leadership of the also need to be accorded its relevant duty and necessary support in order for it to effectively support the royal family in their duties.
Now your time is up. Thank you so much, Honorable Shabisa. The next member to close the debate before the Premier from the ANC for 10 minutes, Honorable ZLI Cele Ndosi. The platform is all yours.
Thank you, Chair. Mhlonishwa Ndunankulu, Khuzeni, Sihlalo weyihlalo, Mhlonishwa uDuma, malunga ahloniphekile alendlu, mphakathi kaMthaniya ngiyabingelela. Ngaphambi kokuthi ngiqale kwinkulumo yami Ndunankulu, ngicela ungivumele ngithi uphendula le lunasi kwesho lomhlonishwa umphephetho ebeyenzeka kulendlu. Ngizoqala ngenhlebo eqalwe uyena impela umhlonishwa umphephetho akade ezoyihleba lana ehleba ngelunga lasendlunkulu. Premier kunezinto ekufanele ungazikhulumi namhlanje sizokhuluma ngezimali nezindaba ejulile zokuthi abantu bakithi bazophila kanjani. Inhlebo asike sibeke eceleni. Bese ngiyangena kule kaMhlonishwa umncwango ngizombiza ngoLuni. Lapho ezokhuluma again Premier ngendaba yezimoto esiphendulwe more than angazi how many times. Sihlalile emakomitini imihlangano nje kunomhlangano ngomhla 11 March Premier lapho wawubiza kanye neteam yakho yonke iphelele sizokhuluma nje lento yezimoto. Siyacela manje siyazicelela singabantu bakaZulu Natal ukuthi ayiyekwe lento yokudlalwa ngendlunkulu ngalendlela iopposition eyenza ngayo. And into ebhlungu kakhulu kudlalwa ngodaba lemoto le queen yethu engasekho. Manje lento abalokubenza bezo grandstander Premier siyacela ungaloku iphendula. Ndunankulu wesifundazwe saKwaZulu Natal, umhlonishwa uKhuzeni. Sihlalo ohloniphekileyo umhlonishwa uDuma malunga ahloniphekileyo walendlu yesishamthetho. Mphakathi wakuleli ngabadi ngiyabingelela. Sithobisa amakhanda ngenhlonipho sikhala sizincengela kuwena nkosazane yemvula nomkhubulwane. Sicela intethelelo lapho sone khona. Yebo ngumvelase yithi sinisimvula kodwa sesiyacela intethelelo nokuhlonishwa. Ngeke sayinisa siyaxolisa. Bengithanda ukubonga inhlangano yami iAfrican National Congress ngokungiphalela ithuba lokuba ngibe ingcenye yale nkulumo mpikiswano. Mhlonishwa Ndunankulu kunamalungu emindeni awu63 asahlela emanzini asalinde ukutholakala kwezithandwa zabo. Ngemva kwenhlekelele esehlakalele siyisifundazwe saKwaZulu Natal. Eminye lemindeni isendaweni yakaBesta kwaMashwe area 5 eNhlungwane. Abakwangaleka amagama abo yilawo. Umama uNkosazana Ngaleka indodana yakhe ubulelani uasikelele oneminyaka e11 uyamkela oneminyaka e13 kanye nonkosikazi nokulunga Makhoba oshiye emhlabeni abantwana ababili unana oneminyaka e10 noTumelo oneminyaka e8. Sengathi umveli nqanga ngasihawukela sikwazi ubathola abathandiweyo bethu. Sihlalo ohloniphekileyo inkulumo mpikiswane yami izogxila kakhulu esigabeni sesithathu phecelezi program 3 ethole isabelo mali engu175,635,000. Ngicaphune kumbhali uAmika Cabral ethi tell no lies, claim no easy victories. The lunatics, Chair. Following the shocks of the Second World War in the 1940s, the US and Europe implemented
a variety of social programs to address the challenges that were facing their societies. Many of these programs were innovative and redistributive, with the creation of a welfare state and a wide-scale social assistance for children. Governments looked for ways to assess whether the money was being spent well. In 1949, which is 9 years later, honorable members, in the US, a performance budget emerged as a response, followed by management of objectives and monitoring for results in 1960s. It took them, the so-called first world countries, 20 years, honorable members, of the opposition benches, for them to create systems to monitor monies spent. So this government is also trying. The first world countries took them 20 years to be able to establish some of the systems that we already have. We know this is found in Pax Hearst of 2017, because afanele sintshontshe information yabantu kumele sichaze ukuthi ithathaphi. We know for a fact that the respect given to the Europeans and the Americans is that their countries are governed by Europeans. Even the opposition is Europeans. Maybe that is why they get the respect they deserve, unlike in our country where the opposition just oppose for the sake of opposing, without showing any love for its country and its people. No one called Europe or the US a failed state. They were given a fair chance to rebuild their economies after the World War, infrastructure and all their systems, which today are a world class. This is what Honorable Rogers and his people are failing to do, to give this government a fighting chance. The noise that they are making is not assisting the country in any way. Instead, they are playing politics. While we want this government to be given a fighting chance, we must also do good in the eyes of our people, Honorable Premier. This province has 23 forensic investigations which were instituted by the government. 15 cases have been finalized, even your report says so, Honorable Premier, of which 8 are still outstanding. The committee understands that the non-finalization of this investigation are caused by capacity challenges within the forensic and investigative sections of some of the departments, and the challenges of being short-staffed. This must be addressed with urgency, Premier. Honorable Chairperson, this government, which is led by Kuzeni, has implemented the provincial consequence management framework to root out corruption. Under this framework, cases of corruption and fraud will be expedited, finalized within a set time frame. Also, it is meant to protect whistleblowers and prosecutors. It is allocated 35,170,000. Uma ungaboni ukuthi sizimisele kangakanani ukulwa nenkohlakalo, ngeke uphinde ubone, sala kanjalo. Honorable Chairperson, the department has transferred 24,888,000 to the Zulu Royal Trust. As a committee, we are worried about the fact that the trust is unable to fundraise substantial amounts, which is part of its mandate, coupled with the commercialization, which also seems not to be sustainable. Honorable Chairperson, there is an elephant in the room called Ingonyama Trust. What is its function vis-a-vis the functions of the Zulu Royal Trust when it comes to servicing of the royal palaces and royal amenities? The clarity of this, or even the collaboration of the two, might assist the royal household. Chairperson, this government has proven over time that it continues to care about the well-being and the welfare of the royal household. Premier Kuzeni, kanye nosomlomo Mahubele, siyaziqhenya ngendlela eniphathe ngayo ngobunono uhlelo lokulungisela ukubekwa kwesilo sethu. Siyabonga kakhulu. Niyababona ke ontamo olukhuni nontaba kayikhonjwa bayoqhubeka njalo Premier bekugxeka ngako konke okwenzayo, kodwa thina siyawubona umsebenzi owenzayo futhi nabantu bakaZulu Natal bayawubona bayede. Ngiyabonga.
Thank you so much, Honorable Ndosi. Now is the time that we allow our Honorable Premier to respond For 20 minutes, Kabisa, the platform is yours.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, Honorable Mtombeni. Thank you for giving us this opportunity to clarify some of the issues raised. Honorable members, I wish to welcome all contributions and points raised during the debate. They are so important to us that we will be able to take them forward. As Honorable Manzini, Honorable Zungu presented the report of the committee, we are grateful of the work that the committee continues to do and give us the direction. Youth fund not allocated was due to, firstly, a high level of applications, but at a time where we could not be able to do due diligence because of the lockdown. And we have always been passionate about youth development. Now we want to applaud the words of courage and that we should continue with this program. Now, the lunatics doubting Thomas, when we started this program, it was said, no, this is money that is allocated for cadres. It will be used to empower the ANC Youth League people, no one else. They come today, they stand in this podium. They lament that we have not been able to process the allocation. But what is good is that they are confirming that it has been used effectively for what it was meant. They just cannot repent and say they were wrong to preempt that this will be used to further the interest of the ANC. But the reality, they've been there. They've seen for themselves young people involved in business. Now, with regard to, as Honorable Zungu raised, the issue of the Royal House or the Zulu Royal Household Trust, it is of concern. It is of concern to us, as Honorable Zungu raised it, Honorable Kele has raised it again. It is of serious concern to us. Up to this far, it has not managed to raise even a cent. It does not have a convincing strategy. And the need to assess it is important. We are working on the assessment, whether it is the trust that is a problem or they cannot just work. And I must confirm and say to this House that I have even consulted with His Majesty about the need to seriously assess the composition, the work that the trust is doing. And we cannot continue to have an institution that is supported by government that should be working to support the Royal House, but doing nothing. So Honorable Zungu, Honorable Kele, we take those points very serious. Honorable Zungu and Honorable Zulu, the functioning of OSS, yes, will be upscaled. What have been allocated is not enough, but the functioning of OSS is key to ensure community participation. Honorable Zulu, I think you've went to town about the floods. So let me also commit that the forensic investigations that have been conducted will be fully implemented. I think we must also confirm that to Honorable Hlabisa. We are quite keen, committed, and very dedicated to ensure clean governance. Honorable Kwala, we take your point about the lack of project monitoring. But unfortunately, you take some of issues that have been identified by us and you want to portray them as if they are our failures. It is us who have gone to Kwamapumulo and identified that project has collapsed, and we are working to ensure that it is resuscitated. Now you come and speak about Prince Mbonisi, and I think you can raise that with the relevant authorities who will be prepared at a proper platform to engage with you on those issues. We cannot change this platform to be a platform to analyze what you have raised about qualifications and all of those things. And some of the issues you will have to raise to those who are responsible. Now, you also want us to, you ask us about the driver of the car for Queen Mother, Okakwabini. Now, I'm not sure, we don't employ drivers for queens. And I think you should direct that question to the relevant person. And in this case, maybe you are shy to go and ask it. You must tell us. We will follow on the accident, but don't come here and just raise issues that do not necessarily belong here. Now, Honorable Mwanga comes here and want to speak a lot about issues of good governance, and he says that he is blackmailed. Now I think we must be honest, blackmail can be done to people who are conscious, who still have consciousness. Those with no consciousness cannot be blackmailed at all. And I doubt that we can have a member, Honorable Mwanga, talking to us about blackmail. He's the last person to tell us about that. He is the last imbuka, not in this house, but in KwaZulu-Natal as a whole. Mbali, Honorable Mbali Ntuli, bamshiya khona la. Usele nesiqoqo samadoda. Iningi limhlophe. Alwazi usizi luyalivakashela usizi lwabantu basemawoti, usizi lwabantu basemtubatuba, usizi lwabantu bakaNongoma. Uma kukhulunywa nge-unemployment bayifunde ephepheni ngama-statistics. Now that's a person who claims he can be blackmailed. No, blackmail is too less for him. He has lost his consciousness. He can't stand for what represents South African, a united South Africa. He has sold his own soul and cooperated with people who want to defend the status quo, where women are nothing but relegated to periphery, where blacks are still oppressed, where the economy is still manipulated by white males in particular. So we cannot be told by a person who has no consciousness about blackmail. Honorable Speaker, the issue of the cars and how much was paid was clarified. And the issue of the late Nkosi Yakwashembe, the report was presented in the committee and was discussed by the committee. Now, we are clear all reports are presented to the committee in detail. If the member is not satisfied, should take up the matter with authorities, their structures, including organs that are meant to fight corruption. Now, if you are proud of defeating the ends of justice, you will even come and do that here. Honorable Mwanga knows that there is a person who committed crime, went to negotiate with service providers after services were rendered. But he does not go to police and report that. He come to grandstand, and then you tell us that you want to fight corruption. You should report any act of corruption to relevant authorities. Honorable Khoza didn't come, not because of what? He knows that if he has nothing to argue, he better not come and participate in the debate. He will not even participate virtually, not for the first time. Even during SOPA, he realized that no, there was nothing to argue. Instead, he will expose himself if he comes with lies and grandstand like Honorable Mwanga. We understand Mwanga does not control himself. He can't. He can't say, I'm not going there. He is told where to go and what to say. Honorable Shinga, we want to thank you for your contribution. I wish to take up the issue you have raised on the Youth Skills Development Program. Honorable Shinga, we will take up that matter. We will follow it. Thank you. Honorable Zungu, yes, difficult times require courage, and it requires that we stand firm even when our strength is tested, but we shall remain focused. ICT has become the backbone of doing many things and services, and therefore we will continue with rolling out broadband, ensuring that we embrace the fourth industrial revolution. Honorable Rajpans, the small town rehabilitation program will be presented by MEC for Kokta, and we take your points as you have raised it. Honorable Khabisa and Honorable Manele, no, Honorable Pagati and Honorable Manele, the issue of climate change is quite important. It is because of that reason that in KwaZulu-Natal, we have established the KZN Climate Change Council, which include academics, it includes NGOs, and it includes the business sector. We will continue to do all we can to mitigate the effect of climate change. But we should work together to educate people and create awareness about challenges of disaster and the fact that our province is prone to disaster challenges. And therefore, we should respect and adhere to the guidance by authorities, especially on where to locate our houses and where not to stay and build houses. I think we'll take the point raised by Honorable Pagati. We shall support the Royal House as a whole and the King in particular, and ensure that he gets support to do his work. Honorable Mangele, the Planning Commission has done its work. We do have a strategy for 2019 to 2024, but we continue to plan and plan ahead. In KwaZulu-Natal, our plan now talks to the 20-year horizon, and that's why in most of the document we even speak about 2025, 2035 for KwaZulu-Natal. Honorable Khabisa, building trust between the people and government is quite important. And that's why we are always transparent, and that's why even in the portfolio committee we present reports as they are. We shall continue with ensuring that we run the campaign that we have started, that of doing right even when no one sees me. It should be what we all embrace, both as public servants, but also in the public service. Clean audit and consequence management, you will agree that the Premier's office performance has improved in terms of accountability And we shall continue to ensure that we remain accountable, but also consequence management will be effected where necessary. We will follow on all forensic reports and ensure that they are implemented. As far as we know, all reports on the expenditure for funerals have been presented to the portfolio committee. Renovations in palaces has been undertaken, and I think you have seen the change, especially when it comes to security. Honorable Tsele, we want to thank you for your words of wisdom and courage. We shall ensure that we continue to provide leadership in all areas, and recall that we should always ensure that we move together with the people is important. And therefore, ensuring that war rooms are supported, ICT is not an asset for the privileged few, will be taken forward, Honorable Tsele. Honorable members, I must say that as the OTP, we've got a very good relationship with the portfolio committee. There is no report that we do not present, and at all times we present reports as they are. All questions that are asked to us are responded to. Now, the report that is said that we delayed to present on the investigation in the Department of Treasury, we investigated that. When we got that report, we presented it to the committee. We did indicate that at that time, some of the issues that were in the report were being challenged, and we could not release the report in entirety. But members who have asked for the report have been given the report, I believe. And therefore, if there is a need, we will take that matter forward. Honorable Chair, as we conclude, we have seen what is unprecedented. The emergence of COVID-19 pandemic, the passing of His Majesty the King and Queen Regent, the July unrest, and the recent devastating floods. Yes, we have been battered but not broken. KwaZulu-Natal will rise. We affirm that difficulty is not new, especially to the black people of this country. The mass funerals that we have seen in the recent period have been there during the difficult times. Chief Albert Luthuli presided over mass funerals because of the apartheid regime. He himself said he doesn't know what the future holds for him, whether it is humiliation or arrest, but the road to freedom via the cross. We have internalized the teachings of Oliver Tambo that as cadres in the revolution, we should never expect that things will be easy. It was Oliver Tambo who said, as I quote, "The intervening period is dark, bitter, but it finds its glory in the act of the struggle. The future is bright. The end is glorious. It is peaceful." Close quote. KwaZulu-Natal will rise. As Tambo said, the future is bright, it is glorious and peaceful. I thank you, Honorable Chair.
Thank you so much, honorable members. I'm sure we'll all agree that it has been a good debate, progressive, which is giving the directive, even for the larger society of KwaZulu-Natal. We've come to an end, again, on advancing the denominational mission. We are now going to break for 5 minutes as we proceed and prepare for the next debate, which is going to be presented by MEC Ndubengcube. Let us break so that kwenzeka izinto ezikahle ngaphakathi, honorable members will then proceed. Thanks.
Test.
Thank you.
Good day, honorable members. Good day, honorable members. Can we start? Can you be settled, please? Honorable members, we will now proceed with the debate on vote 6. I wish to confirm that the budget report 2022-2023 of the Portfolio Committee on Finance has been tabled in terms of the standing rules. Honorable members, allow me to invite to the podium Honorable MEC Dube Ncube to take us through the policy statement. Thank you.
Thank you.
It's going to be 45 minutes, Honorable MEC. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson. Honorable Speaker, Deputy Speaker, members of the Provincial Legislature, Honorable Mayors, Councillors, Amakhosi akithi asendlunkulu ahloniphekile, baholi bezenkolo, the Director General, the heads of department, all the distinguished guests, abantu bakithi bakwaZulu Natal abasilalele kuzona zonke inkundla. Sihlalo wethu wanamhlanje kule committee elibalekile. Hlonishwa, siyabingelela. I stand here to deliver the budget vote of the department, which should be considered as a central core to the provincial engine that provides critical support to provincial and local government in mobilizing funds and ensuring a well-oiled public service machinery that is accountable to its people. The past few years, challenges have truly tested the machinery of the provincial government, and I wish to agree with the sentiments of our Honorable Premier Zikalala, calling for improved collaboration and strengthened coordination through the effective implementation of the district development model and complete elimination of silos, which is prevalent across the state and even within departments. Simply put, our people require decent, reliable services at an affordable rate, and our businesses that drive economic growth and stimulate jobs require effective infrastructure that support economic activity, supported by stable and consistent policies that driven by transparency and ethical state. As I rise to deliver this budget vote, we are crystal clear on the multiple challenges we face as a province and as a country, and simply cannot continue to apply the same practices in service delivery if we are to achieve different results. Albert Einstein said, the definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and expecting a different result. Given the fiscal constraints we have faced historically and going forward, we must use our resources more prudently for service delivery, economic growth, and job creation. We need to look at alternative service delivery methods and funding models which will support and stimulate transformation growth in key sectors of our province. The provincial government spend is a significant contributor to the GDP and should be directed to ensure the greatest impact of both social and economic sectors. The provincial economy is not an island on its own, and the many various external, local, and global imperatives, including but not limited to the prolonged Ukraine-Russia war,
uncertainty, and the outbreak of new strain of Omicron variant has a major impact on our recovery strategies. The resultant impact of these various factors has deepened our socio-economic triple challenges of inequality, poverty, and unemployment that are dominant in our province. The latest figure of our Stats SA quarterly labor force survey indicated that the official unemployment rate stood at 35.3% in the fourth quarter of 2021, which clearly demonstrate the lasting effects of the global challenges. 22 days ago, the province was ravaged by the recent floods, which was declared a national disaster by our president. We wish to send our deepest condolences to all the families and the nation at large for this untold trauma that we all had to go through. Imthandazo yethu iya kubo bonke abalahlekelwe izihlobo zabo nezithandwa zabo. This flood has exposed more inequality in our society and further widened the gap of the poorest of the poor. The floods has exposed the abject poverty in which our people are locked into, living in unsafe areas and now cut off from basic services. And subsequent damages to the business are simply worsening the levels of unemployment. Our communities have been bombarded with too many societal ills which begin to destroy the hopes and dreams of our people, that we are seeing heightened and desperation and anger in various forms, which is a matter that simply cannot be ignored as it is a ticking time bomb. As Provincial Treasury, we need to ensure that we are positioned to mobilize funds aligned to the societal needs while ensuring a balance of funding stimulate economic activity. Each rand that is allocated must attract investment, stimulate the economy through provision of much needed infrastructure, transform and broaden participation of women and youth in critical sectors, and ensure that it is delivered in an effective and efficient manner through full accountability and enhanced governance. Work opportunity and prosperity bring peace. Peace and social cohesion are key to enhancing business confidence and improving the attractiveness of the province for investments. As Provincial Treasury, we will ensure that we play our part to drive the much needed change in our society that our communities deserve. If we look at the compliance issues, for many years, we have perceived the compliance issues as a mere tick box. Whereas compliance is where an organization has the processes and internal controls which have to meet the requirements that are imposed by governmental mandates and internal policies. Simple controls is not effectively implemented. If not effectively implemented, can have a catastrophic impact on service delivery ability of a department. Ineffective business processes, similarly, can lead to delays in critical services and ultimate unspent funding and ineffective spending. Supply chain management is possibly considered one of the key enabling business processes in government, and therefore we are accelerating compliance with all the SCM prescribed provincial departments, municipalities, and public entities. This will be our focal point area to support continued enforcement of compliance and enhance the link to effective delivery mechanisms and financial management reforms. Madam Speaker, honorable members, while our oversight role and model to monitor the spending and revenue collection remains critical, it will be remiss if Provincial Treasury fails to support departments in ensuring that they support vulnerable groups in their procurement spend. Government has to use its buying power to achieve the economies of scale, to leverage more savings when procuring goods and services that are concerned, so that we have more money that is directed to service delivery. I'm saying this having borne in mind the recently issued procurement, provincial and national guide pertaining to the Preferential Procurement Policy Framework Act, following the Constitutional Court judgment against the procurement regulations of 2017. The provincial departments will have been assisted and will be guided with this guide to the best interest so that service delivery is not adversely affected, while at the same time not digressing on the strides that have been made in the empowerment spend. We are also cognizant of our developmental role as a provincial treasury in assisting and developing small businesses while harnessing their full potential. That is why more emphasis has been placed on looking after their interest, including but not limited to assisting them with their compliance. Treasury obligations, like keeping them on the central database and ensure that the BE status is correct. However, they are not sufficient if campaigns such as financial literacy still lag behind. We are reviving this campaign. These are the types of partnerships that we wish to nurture while bringing close to small businesses, bodies like ABASA, SAICA, AG, banks, business chambers, and training programs so as to assist the small businesses. In the last financial year, we had partnerships with organizations and businesses such as MTN SA, Vodacom, and many others as partners in some of our activities that were aimed at ensuring that we continue the support for small and medium enterprises. During this financial year, we want to strengthen our reach to stakeholders so that our task as government is enhanced and complemented by private sector and professionals outside government for the benefit of our communities. We intend to partner with various academic institutions, professional bodies, and independent think tank bodies and advance our economic and public policy research by participating in academic conferences and workshops. We shall also do so by conducting various research output, including project and revenue generation from the construction of network mast towers at schools by telecommunication service providers to the undersea cable network providers who get trillions of dollars from renting our seashore close to nothing, and yet do not even make meaningful investment or even skilling the people of KwaZulu-Natal and South Africa. Our partnership will be extended to our sister departments in the province to conduct risk-based audits with specific focus on good governance, and these efforts will assist departments to determine processes and enhancement to improve the adequacy and effectiveness of their controls. It may be of common cause, but Provincial Treasury must have a healthy relationship with all the members of the Executive Council, the departments, public entities, and municipalities in order to build trust, to understand their immediate needs, and construct appropriate remedies or solutions to each unique challenges that they encounter. Frank, honest, and difficult conversation must also be held if we want to reach the much-needed change in our province. In order to support the provincial government during this critical time of disasters, we offered our services to pre-assess all major contracts over the value of 1 million and will redirect our internal and performance audits for the year to minimize the associated risk and ensure budgets are spent obtusely and that there is a value derived from every rand spent on recovery from the disasters. We have engaged with the Auditor General in order to ensure that together we strengthen the assurance given to the public that their funds will be fully accounted for, as has been resolved by the Executive Council. Following His Excellency President Ramaphosa's declaration of the national disaster, we have heightened our collaboration with the Office of the Premier as well as the COCTA disaster team in order to guide and support in the drive of the relief efforts for the affected communities. The House will recall that the province allocated 3 million to the Provincial Recovery Fund, and these funds were allocated over the past 2 years to projects that were reported, including the livestock intervention as well as the food security programs of agriculture that were identified in the economic recovery. Projects also such as Operation Vula were supported. Provincial Recovery Plan also supported other projects of the SMME cooperatives, as well as the tourism and economic infrastructure development and job creation project, to name but the few. In line with the Cabinet Lekgotla resolutions, all departments were also required to show that they have provided dedicated funding in their 2022-23 budget for EPWP employment opportunities. This information is provided in the estimates of the provincial revenue and expenditure under the key assumptions section of each vote. In aggregate, the province will spend about 1.3 billion to employ about 63,533 people using EPWP principles, thus supporting job creation in the province. To look at some of the achievement in our commitments last year, in the Operation Clean Audit, for instance, we reflect that we have been able to have positive results, whereby we reflect that 5 departments and 13 entities achieved clean audits. 7 departments and 5 entities received unqualified audits, and while 3 departments received qualified audit reports. The improvement of the effectiveness of financial management in province remains a priority towards attainment of the improved audit outcomes and is a culmination of the efforts of all business units and provincial treasury towards the common outcomes. The audit improvement plans of all departments were reviewed, together with the reviews of the key financial accounts and processes, with the recommendations provided to all the departments for further improvements in their financial controls. At local government level, municipal audit outcomes also reflected the hard work and dedication of the provincial treasury, who assisted municipalities to improve on their audit outcomes, with 8 improved audit outcomes, 32 with unqualified audit reports, 2 regressions, 15 with qualified audit reports, where 45 remain unchanged. Linked to this improvement of financial management, there has been a need to review the financial disclosure framework to compel all the officials to disclose their financial interest irrespective of ranks or responsibilities. Unfortunately, the DPSA, as the authority to make this determination, has guided the departments that on the levels we should disclose, including the SCM officials. However, provincial treasury has undertaken biannual reviews of the provincial and municipal employees who match on the central supply system, which is the employee who might be potentially undertaking work with the state, as preventative measure for the respective accounting officers and SCM managers who can therefore avoid awarding contract to state employees. Working with professional bodies and recognized accounting organizations in pursuit of clean governance and financial management between both government and private sector. It is through this vigilance and maintenance of professional standards and integrity that we will instill integrity and ethical values in our officials and thereby reduce the unethical and fraudulent behaviors while encouraging the exposure of corruption amongst our officials. Our commitment to ensuring that public procurement is used to quicken the tempo to ensure economic recovery and job creation, as it's shown that there has been a percentage of government procurement that has been spent or allocated to the designated group. In 2021-22 financial year, preliminary unaudited statement showed that 55.86% was spent on black-owned companies, while 46.35% was spent on women-owned, 18.57% was spent on youth-owned, and 0.64% was spent on disabled companies. 57% was spent on military veterans. This clearly indicate the government spend that is directed on targeted group. This as a source from the National Treasury Bus and CSD reports. In respect of Operation Pay on Time, a dedicated Operations Pay on Time team was implemented to ensure that support is given to SMMEs with resolving payment disputes with government. In previous financial year, the team were able to resolve payments totaling 34.3 million or to 143 SMMEs. As reported last year, our shift towards assessing value for money, where the main objective of the audit is to determine whether there was economic procurement and effective use of value for money, was realized. This resulted in several performance audits being undertaken to assess the effective, efficient, and economical procurement and spending or use of resources, with the main focus being the procurement and use of consultants, particularly by the Department of Public Works as the implementing agent for departments. An analysis was also undertaken of agriculture equipment utilized and whether it is being utilized for intended purposes. We've also made inroads in enhancing our departmental monitoring and evaluation capacity through the finalization of the recruitment processes for the post who will be undertaking the impact assessment reports on the financial management support initiatives that the Treasury has undertaken with various stakeholders. Looking at the budget and fiscal management, whilst the cash reserves are not at the level to prior years because of the budget cuts, our departmental spending pressures, we have maintained a favorable provincial cash position that generated much needed revenue to the provincial fiscus through interest earned on cash. Assistance has also been provided to departments and public entities and municipalities to unlock the stagnant infrastructure projects, where we deployed the infrastructure crack team in departments, with work being done with the health department in delivery of clinics and with the Department of Education in the delivery of sanitation at schools. In 2021-22, the focus in terms of revenue enhancement was within the Department of Education, where they worked very hard to collect as much revenue as possible from within the department. And this really helped because the Department of Education was encouraged to collect so that these monies can also be plowed back within the department. As was highlighted in this budget in the province, as we tabled in the House in March, the province continue to budget for the contingency reserves, and this assists the province during the year for unforeseen budget pressures when they arise. Allow me, honorable members, to go into the votes that we are working with as Treasury. The baseline of our department has increased by 31 million from 653.845 million in 2021-22 to 684.109 million in 2022-23, relating mainly to an inflation adjustment. Madam Speaker, the department also has a record of underspending and ended the 2022-23 with preliminary unaudited results of 91% spend, with 50% of underspend relating to the compensation of employees. We are currently on a full recruitment drive with over 89 posts that are already under recruitment, and we're hoping that within the next 6 months, these would have been filled. Looking on the revenue, the departmental receipts declined significantly in 2021-22 from 414,271 million to 295,886 million, reflecting a 28.5% decrease. The bulk of the provincial revenue is an interest earned from cash reserves held in the provincial bank. To maximize the interest withdrawals from this account, we made only linked to the provincial cash flows requirements, which is closely monitored. The decline in revenue is because of the previous year's budget cuts, which meant that there were lower cash reserves to invest. The department had also formed part of the national team who are collaborating to ensure the compatibility with other provinces in terms of Department of Transport licensing fees, and therefore KZN maintained a lower increases to move towards a unified fees. We've also looked at other alternative revenue streams, such as the gambling and betting. As a result, we have tabled this tax bill to the provincial legislature. Program 1, looking at the administration. This program is responsible for the executive and strategic function, and it includes overall corporate responsibility of the provincial treasury. The Sukuma Sake programs, as well as the district development model, the gender-based violence programs are also championed in this program. We will also continue to focus on the financial literacy programs for the youth and women beneficiaries of the various public sector funded initiatives, such as Operation Vula beneficiaries, strengthening their basic financial skills to enhance the sustainability of their businesses. We have already spoken about our recruitment drive, and will also work to ensure that the department comply with the generic structure, which for some time now we have not been compliant as the province compared to other provinces. When it comes to the fourth industrial revolution, Cabinet resolved that the impact of COVID-19 necessitated that government operations have got to be amplified urgently and needed to be digitalized. All government operations, service delivery systems, communication system needed this attention. In this regard, the department has developed an ICT digital transformation strategy, which is aligned to the provincial ICT goals and strategies, and includes initiatives such as modernizing IT equipment, artificial intelligence, blockchain, improving processes through automation, focusing on cyber security, and shifting to cloud services. The department has also identified a number of business processes that will be automated during the course of financial year in order to enhance its operation. One of them is automation of compliance and monitoring functions on municipalities, which will also improve governance and reporting capabilities to direct timely interventions. Another focus area is the implementation of the e-learning portal to assist with the training of government departments and municipality. We're also looking at the tools that will facilitate the empowerment of institutions on internal control and risk management, as well as the supply chain management subject. The AG has also expressed frustration during COVID-19, where they were not able to audit some departments and municipalities due to the fact that some documentation were not available digitally. And in many instances, other offices were closed due to COVID-19, and the AG could not be able to even finish some of the audits on time. Data analytics for continuous auditing will allow our auditors to track and classify audit issues and resolutions. The current audit tools will be upgraded and cloud-enabled to enhance its efficacy. Program 2, this program sees the nominal decrease of 0.0% in its allocation. One of the main functions of this program, which falls under this, is to prepare the provincial program. It remains an important focus that these budget processes are run in conjunction with all the 14 departments and 15 public entities. Provincial Treasury does not prepare the provincial budget in isolation, but follows a consultative process which engages all the departments' inputs from all the departments and public entities in order to ensure that a credible budget allocation is done. The budget processes of the province, as was tabled on the 9th of March 2022, was a culmination of months of work undertaken together with the departments and with the National Treasury and the National Sector Department, as prescribed by the PFMA. And we will be doing the adjustment budget that we will table in November 2022. Over the past 2 years, the unit has mastered their responsiveness to the ever-changing needs and natural disasters facing the province. And this is highlighted by the actions that have already been taken to determine the appropriate budget reprioritization which can be undertaken to provide for the urgent repairs needed as a result of the recent devastating floods that have caused such hardship in our province. Guidance has been provided to departments of the reprioritization, but also various circulars were provided and guidance to the department. All budget reprioritization in response to the disaster repairs, as well as any disaster allocation, will be received from the National Treasury, will be formalized in the adjustment budget process in November this year. All budget reprioritization to be undertaken will be vetted and checked by the Public Finance Unit so that all environments are within the parameters of the PFMA. We will also continue to strive to ensure that departments and public entities comply with the PFMA and Treasury regulations, as well as the Treasury circulars, instruction note directive through our various support programs, but must also highlight the critical role that accounting officers and accounting authorities play in ensuring that government finances are spent efficiently, effectively, and economically. On the infrastructure analysis, infrastructure and IDMS teams will continue to engage the National Treasury to ensure that all provincial departments maximize their investment in public sector infrastructure and maximize their infrastructure allocation. The Department of Health and Department of Education had an opportunity of accessing additional financial incentive to their baseline by submitting planning documents and performance report that meet the minimum requirements as outlined in the guidelines for the performance-based. The financial incentives are ring-fenced within the baseline of the department and the education infrastructure grant and the health facility revitalization grant. And our departments have been able to qualify for these grants ahead of other departments. And this has seen the Department of Health achieving 92% score and received 42.8 million, and the Department of Education achieved 83% and received additional 105 million from the Fiscus. The President, in his visit to the province at the onset of the floods, requested that we study and ensure that key government infrastructure need to be ensured against the natural disasters as a means to mitigate the reliance on the National Contingency Reserve and on government fiscus, given the ongoing restraints we face as a country. We have taken up this task and will undertake research to establish the financial and legislative opportunity. Economic analysis focuses on analysis on the possible factors contributing to the continuous decline in the funding for educational school nutrition programs in KwaZulu-Natal. A further study is currently underway on the assessment on the value for money on the infrastructure spending in KwaZulu-Natal, particularly on the education infrastructure. On the public-private partnership, this unit will be delving into various areas to strengthen the infrastructure delivery in the province. Strong infrastructure investment is part of our government-planned economic stimulus. Only through sustained economic growth can South Africa create jobs to reduce poverty, inequality, enabling us to reach our goal for better life for our communities. The economic reconstruction and recovery remains essential for the growth. To complement these interventions, KwaZulu-Natal Treasury PPP unit will be looking into the methods of accelerating infrastructure investment, as this is the backbone of the thriving economy. The focus will be on electricity, water, sanitation, and other modes of service delivery. While the financial impact assessment of the recent floods in the province has not been finalized, it is likely that the infrastructure repairs and rehabilitation will put a significant financial constraint on the already tight fiscal position in the province. Depending on the amount to be allocated to the province from the National Disaster Fund resources, the National Treasury aimed to create a center of excellence for PPPs and other blended finance projects, which will with direct interface with private financial institutions for private investment in critical investment and infrastructure program. This approach includes the innovative financing and delivery mechanisms as announced by our Honorable President. The PPP unit will thus work with the National Treasury in pursuit of this approach, focusing on investment in water and sanitation, and especially in the district municipalities that were hardest hit by the recent disasters, but ensuring that we boost the capacity of the state to deliver. On the program 3, it sees the increase of 1.8, which is an inflationary increase. The main program is to ensure that all financial management systems, processes utilized in the province lend themselves to effective, efficient management of provincial resources. The issuing of monitoring of the provincial directive and norms and standards are pivotal in the practicing of the transparent and sound financial management. The management of assets and liabilities is key to assisting departments to improve their cash flows by monitoring bank balances to ensure optimal cash balances in the province.
Honorable MSC, may I disturb you? Thank you. There's a sound that is disturbing the MSC. Can that be sorted, please? Sorted. You may continue, MEC.
Hi, Babaluni. On financial governance, program 3, the management of assets and liability is key to assisting departments to improve their cash flows by monitoring bank balances to ensure optimal cash balances in the province in order to maximize our interest and on cash resources. Liability management has a significant impact on accurate expenditure reporting by departments and limiting fruitless and wasteful expenditure due to late payments. Due to strategic importance thereof, the team will focus on supporting departments with effective pay management, clearing of suspense and interdepartmental accounts, given the potential impact of these accounts that could have on the provincial spending. The department will continue to play a significant role in the implementation of provincial-wide, multi-level PFMA, audit readiness financial management support plans that has been developed in collaboration with the Office of the Premier to achieve the objective of providing or improving audit outcomes of the departments and public entities. The achievement of the 90% of unqualified audit outcomes by 2024 is something that we're really serious on working towards. The following target projects and initiatives have been identified to achieve the outcomes outlined above by 2024. The provision of specialists, financial and asset management support to the departments and public entities, provision of technical support and financial management training to strengthen capacity of officials at departments and public entities on reporting standards, support to departments and public entities in the preparation of their interim financial statement with the objective of improving the availability of the quality supporting documentation to support the financial statement and management information so as to avoid misstatements that we always see. The monitoring and the compliance with the month-end closure procedures and submission of the interim and annual financial statements. In addition to the above, Provincial Treasury will also perform these activities: interdepartmental debt management, the assistance to departments with reconciliation of their interdepartmental accounts, in which will significantly reduce the misstatement in the account balances. The preparation of the annual financial statement of the Provincial Revenue Fund and the consolidation of the annual financial statement of the department and the entities. The 12 consecutive clean audits of the Provincial Revenue Fund bear testimony of this work that has been done and to our commitment and the adherence to the sound financial management prescript. Oversee the SAICA 3-year trainee accountant program to ensure the continued accreditation of the Provincial Treasury as a training office. The impact of our SAICA training accountant program is changing the lives of our youth, or our young people in the financial management sector, and is encouraging. Since the inception of the trainee accountant program, we have had the benefits of 19 trainees from the province of KwaZulu-Natal and produced 6 chartered accountants, 4 trainees eligible for registration as chartered accountants, and further 1 trainee awaiting the accreditation for the final qualification exams for their results. And these trainees have been placed with various directorates under the Management Development Program. We also narrate here below the experience of one of our students that has gone through the SAICA program, who is already currently serving under the directorate, under this directorate of the department. If we look at under the condonation, this area has been one of the areas that has been a challenge to our provincial government. The key challenge remains the non-compliance by the accounting officers in adhering to the irregular expenditure framework. To address this challenge, one-on-one engagements are being held and will continue to be held with accounting officers, CFOs, to fast-track outstanding matters. The quarterly meetings were held previously by the Condonation Committee and will now be held monthly to ensure that all requests for condonation made by departments and public entities before the 31st of March 2022 are considered before the submissions of the annual financial statement for auditing, and that the target date of 50% as per the MTSF target is achieved. And this will really assist us so that by the time the books are audited, at least this would have been reviewed. The condonation request will also continue to be evaluated, considering the following 3 critical aspects, which must be a demonstration for the submission. Supporting interlinked financial systems also remains our commitment. The optimal protection using the biometric access system to both a bus and pestle transversal system, thus mitigating any financial losses to our provincial fiscus. On the supply management system, also this area is one of the areas I've emphasized already. The unit continued to monitor the progress and maintenance of vetted contract registers at local government level, which is a critical in limiting irregular expenditure because of expired contracts or unauthorized extension of contracts. Program 4, the internal audit. This program also continues to work with various departments. Audit on financial processes will remain a priority of 2023 financial year, and it impacts directly in the improvement of our audit outcomes. It is inevitable with the onset of the 4IR that government will progress by making investment in technology. The increased dependence on the IT increases the level of technology risk that departments will face. This in turn increases the significance of IT auditing. The internal audit unit will therefore continue to monitor the IT risks in province and review various IT systems and projects to ensure that significant vulnerabilities and weaknesses in the IT processes and systems are identified. Together with the newly appointed Provincial Audit Committee in the Quarter 1 internal audit will also monitor the implementation and recommendations provided to the departments to strengthen the processes and system arising from the AG's report as well as the internal audit. All provincial departments and 12 municipalities will be assisted in the development of ethics and corruption risk registers, including the review and updating of their fraud prevention plans, which are critical preventative tools. Program 5, Municipal Financial Management. Treasury will continue to monitor municipalities' in-year monitoring processes to ensure that municipalities continuously improve their reporting on the MFMA. Department is intensifying the support to the delegated municipalities in order to ensure that they have a funded budget when they adopt their budget. Financial experts have also been deployed to these following municipalities that are highlighted there. Municipal Revenue and Debt Management is a new sub-program and is being phased in. It is aimed at providing technical support to selected municipalities and also to assist in improving revenue and debt management processes and controls in the department in the current recruitment processes to fill the new positions of this section. As part of the building of the new capacity, training is ongoing for municipal councillors.
Honorable MEC, can we agree that we will take from your minutes at the end? Thank you.
Okay, although it was taken that time. We also, honorable members, honorable Chair, Speaker, we will be reviewing the annual financial statement. We will be supporting in reviewing the annual financial statement of municipalities. This support in the short medium term is a short medium term initiative which entails the review and provision of technical guidance and direction on the preparation of the annual financial statement and supporting information where the municipalities their annual financial statement to ensure that they are GRAP and MFMA compliant. To conclude, honorable members, allow me to present the Provincial Treasury Vote 6 budget of 684.1 million that we are tabling to this House for adoption. Honorable members, we have placed higher premium on our people's lives. The destruction we encounter should not deter nor derail us from our mandate. The distractions we encounter should not deter us, and we are also aware that the people of this province expect nothing from members of this House other than to speed service delivery. Dare we not have any impediment to the hopes and inspirations and aspirations of our people. The African National Congress, a political party I represent in this House, is working tirelessly to ensure that our people taste the fruits of freedom we so fought so hard for. We are not about to fail our people. We are not about to stand aside and watch their aspirations perish when we could do just and do right by servicing them. Honorable members, this budget vote takes place at a time when we are celebrating both Africa Month and Workers' Month. This is my humble opinion that are intertwined since we give meaning to selfless and compassion of Ubuntu. Let us face our fears with courage, determination to succeed. As Tata Madiba once taught us, courage is not an absence of fear, but the triumph over it. The brave man is not he who does not feel afraid, but he who conquers that fear. So we dare not fail. I'd like to take this opportunity to thank the HOD, Ms. Carol Coetzee, for hitting the ground running and for energy in really raising the bar in our department. I also like to thank her entire team of professionals for their hard work and dedication, which is evident in the smooth day-to-day operations and the achievements made over the years by the department. I also wish to thank and pay special tribute to the members of this House and its members across all political parties who continue to demonstrate their commitment to advance the aspirations of the people of this province. We thank them for their selfless demonstration of humanity during the month of the recent floods. We may not always agree, but it is also gratifying that our common end goal is to better the lives of our people. And it is times such as these that we truly demonstrate coming together of all South Africans across the spectrum. Indeed, this has shown how resilient our people are despite the adversity that they faced. I also wish to extend my gratitude to the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee, Honorable Nkosi, and the entire members of the Portfolio Committee, the chairperson of SCOPA, Honorable Governor, and the entire members of this Portfolio Committee. Members of this House, honorable members, the Premier of our province, Honorable Zikalala, Khuzeni Cabisa, siyabonga kuwena ngesupport osinikeza yona njalo. Members of the Executive Council, my colleagues, led by Induna Yetu. Colleagues in the ministry, my family for being my lifeblood, my organization, the African National Congress Umbutho Wabantu, for your unwavering support and guidance. We continue to be a lodestar to our people. The guidance that you always give us an inspiration to continue to serve our people. I present, honorable members, Vote 6, Provincial Treasury Budget for 2022-23 for consideration of this House. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable MEC Dubengube. Let me invite the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee, Ubaba KK Punkosi.
Thank you very much, Sihlalo Wendlu, ngokusinika leli thuba ukuthi sithule umbiko wekomiti lezimali lesifundazwe saKwaZulu-Natal. The core mandate of the Finance Portfolio Committee is to conduct oversight, primarily on vote number 6, the Provincial Treasury, as well as transversally over the financial performance of all government departments and entities. Scrutinizing the budget for Treasury and making recommendations thereon is part of our committee. The committee met on the 17th of March 2022 to consider the 2022-23 annual budget of the vote number 6. We are not going to waste your time because it is fresh that the MEC has indicated that she's tabling the budget of 684.109 million rand. So there's no need for us to repeat that. And she also went to an extent of analyzing each and every programs out of the 5 programs that we have. And we wanted to confirm as members of the Portfolio Committee that indeed these are the figures that they tabled, and they also appear in our Green Book. In conclusion, Honorable Chairperson, members of the Finance Portfolio Committee unanimously adopted the 2022-23 Annual Performance Plan and the budget for vote number 6 on Tuesday, the 3rd of May, 2022. I would also like to thank the honorable members of the Finance Portfolio Committee for hard work that they always demonstrate, as well as the support staff of our legislature, who are always giving us the necessary support. On behalf of the committee, I would also like to thank the MEC for Finance, Honorable N. Dube, and all the officials of the Provincial Treasury, including the newly appointed one, for the good working relationship with our committee. The committee recommends that this House votes in favor or in support of this budget as it was tabled by the MEC. We thank you very much, Honorable Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Nkosi. The first speaker to come to debate on this vote 6 budget speech will be Honorable M.A. Zulu for 14 minutes. Michael.
Honorable Chair, members of the legislature present, and those who are joining visually. Honorable Chair, allow me to extend my revolutionary salutations to you all. I begin this debate with a word of gratitude to the African National Congress for bestowing upon me the modest responsibility to represent it. Honorable members, this debate comes at a time when our province is engulfed by a dark cloud following the recent floods that claimed more than 400 lives in KwaZulu-Natal. We continue to lift the families to the Most High for strength and comfort. In the same spirit, I wish to further express my sincere heartfelt condolences to the Gadi family for the tragic loss of their daughter at the hands of the unprecedented cruelty. We call upon law enforcement agencies to leave no stone unturned in ensuring the perpetrators are apprehended and face the full might of the law. We hope for the harsher sentence against the perpetrators of gender-based violence. Our prayers go out to the Gadi family during these difficult times. I would like also to extend congratulations for the nomination acceptance of Judge Mandi Samaya as Deputy Chief Justice in the Constitutional Court after the President has considered her for her appointment. Honorable Chair, as the member of the Finance Portfolio Committee, I wish to confirm the smooth alignment of the APP as presented in the committee and the budget of the KZN Treasury after we had so many constructive engagement that has culminated to this conjunction. This will further ensure that the Treasury and the Oversight Committee undertakes its responsibilities. After the MSC for Finance has tabled the budget on the 9th of March 2022, we had departmental hearings where Treasury took us through to the final annual performance plan and the budget to ensure that there is a relative smooth alignment. As a committee, we had outreach program visits in Upongolo, where we tabled our budget at Mojane area. Lapha emakhaya eZululand visit progressively eMzansi MSC in one of the poorest communities of KwaZulu-Natal. This allows for the public, which are our most valuable stakeholder, to engage and make inputs in this budget. This is the part of public participation our government envisions to inculcate a culture of transparency and accountability. Communities need to understand and know and own their budget. In terms of Program 1, Honorable Chair, let me congratulate KZN Treasury and together with the newly appointed HOD, Ms. Carol Kutse, for such a milestone. This is a long overdue appointment and indeed is a landmark through a step in the right direction. We are aware that the HOD brings a wealth of experience after she had previously served from the department as Accountant General and also to other entities, including as the CEO of KZN Film Commission. We believe the HOD will enhance departmental capacity and hasten to resolve towards a good governance in the department. Treasury boasts a committed and dedicated staff, and that has been proven during the hearings. We have been receiving briefings for each and every departmental hearings with clear budget analysis and challenges thereof. We will not be doing justice, Honorable Chair, if we don't congratulate the excellent performance of Treasury and the outstanding performance given to departments and entities by Treasury and its leadership, Honorable MSC Dube Ncube. This was proven with the visit we had in March to one of the entities, which is Ezemvelo. We were able to identify the shortfalls of the money we put in that entity. And we were able to trace each and every cent for infrastructure upgrades in various tourist attractions of the province from south to north of KZN. This immaculate work of the department has culminated into a clean audit for consecutive years. We have therefore received the very transparent report from Treasury, which is part of accountability, the portfolio, so that we know every cent that leaves the taxpayer's purse. One needs also to mention the importance of the infrastructure crack team, which has assisted to unblock the blockages in all infrastructure in variety departments, entities, and municipalities. This has borne fruits with advertisement of some of the critical posts in some entities, and to speed up in resolving some of the challenges in those particular entities. Honorable Chair, in Program 1, generally speaking, administration provides strategic support services to all departments and entities. This program has got 4 sub-programs combined in an allocated budget of 225,548 million rand, which comes from 213.123 million. In Program 2 also, which is a sustainable resource management, has also 4 sub-programs which are also combined in the allocation of 53,346 million from the previous adjusted budget that was tabled by MSC on the 17th of March. In conclusion, Madam Speaker, it would be very profound and imperative to adhere to the values of service delivery found in our Constitution and Batopele principles, which is the budget that is people-centered. We are conscious of the trust deficits expressed in the media and the people following the floods in terms of accountability and transparency in allocation and expenditure arising from interventions programs. But we are satisfied with the quick and efficient response by our government led by Premier Kuzeni under the odd circumstances of our economy. This commitment to accountability is derived from the African National Congress manifesto for 2021 local government elections. Honorable Chair, it was a great opportunity for the African National Congress to welcome the budget as presented by the MEC. I thank you.
Siyabonga kakhulu Mageba. Isikhulumo esilandelayo umhlonishwa AV Hlabisa for 10 minutes.
KwaZulu-Natal talks and country with 9 billion in 2021 irregular expenditure, 9.7 billion in 2019-20, and 9.9 billion in 2018-19. Honorable MC, this trend is totally unacceptable. However, the IFP is heading that when departments and entities apply to Treasury for condonation of irregular expenditure, our provincial Treasury is very meticulous with matters of compliance and the rule of law when it comes to approving these. Departments and entities have a tendency of laxity when it comes to consequence management, investigation, and submission of proper documents for proper decisions to be taken. The next thing will be that they will apply for irregular expenditure to be written off. We are happy that the Treasury does not just approve on the blank checks on these matters. People cannot do wrong and then get off the hook lightly. The Department of Finance needs to be commended for the manner in which they have attended to this right-of application so far. In complying with the provincial law of cost-cutting measures to reduce expenditure, departments and entities have to get approval from the Treasury and OTP for the filling of vacant posts before they can action them. The high rate of vacant posts in the province is unacceptable. The reports that the Finance Portfolio Committee gets from the departments is that it takes too long for them to get approval to fill vacant posts from both OTP and Treasury. These hamper service delivery. We appeal to the MEC to ensure that these matters get attended. This is not for the first time that we have to make this kind of appeal, Honorable MEC. Some departments remain with key service delivery positions and key managerial positions for a long time being vacant. Honorable Chairperson, like I have stated before in this house, again recommit ourselves and our party to the spirit of service for our country and our province. When we have to ask questions, we will do so objectively for the sake of our people and for the sake of our province. When we are called upon to contribute in the spirit of service to the people of goodwill of our province, we will do so without fear or favor and without hesitation. The IFP supports the approval of the budget for the year 2022-23 for the Department of Finance. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable VF Shabisa. The next speaker is Honorable F.A. Rogers.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I'm sad that Honourable Cele is not in the House because earlier she accused the DA of being part of the problem and not the solution. So let me change that narrative. And allow me to start off by giving credit where credit is due. And I've never shied away from complimenting the KwaZulu-Natal Provincial Treasury and its staff. Again, allow me to acknowledge the sterling work done by Carol and Gacheni and their team, and the extremely capable Treasury team. We can indeed be very proud of the province and our Treasury team in KZN, as it's one of the best in South Africa. Madam Chair, as the economic noose tightens, your responsibility and actions become more and more crucial in budgeting and ensuring fiscal compliance. I would go so far as to say that Treasury is a shining example of when it comes to a capable and ethical state. Listening to the MEC's, the Honourable MEC's report, your Treasury intervention into irregular expenditure is most welcome. I raised it yesterday and I just want to highlight it again, that the 44 billion rand irregular expenditure is a crisis. Having had the irregular expenditure report submitted to SCOPA it's abundantly clear that the majority of our departments are, one, either unable or two, unwilling to comply with the evidence required from Treasury to determine the condonation of the irregular expenditure. To respond to the MEC's comment yesterday about the 44 billion not being in the current year, I fully understand that, MEC. But you see, in my opinion, that makes the situation even worse. The older the irregular expenditure, the more it highlights departmental failures in compliance with Treasury requirements for that condonation. As I stated yesterday, it's either due to obstinance or the lack of capacity, which again remains symptomatic of my opinion of a failed state. While on that point, it's interesting to note that Treasury has undertaken extensive capacity training with various departments and entities in the evidence required by Treasury to approve irregular expenditure. Even after this capacity program, some departments and its entities still fail to submit the required documentation. Treasury's pleas to SCOPA was to assist in enforcing timeous and correct compliance. We must remember that National Treasury issued on the 31st of May 2021 and amended the irregular expenditure framework, and allow me to highlight some of those for the members. 1. The accounting officer must confirm allegations into irregular expenditure within 30 days after the alleged irregular expenditure had been reported to the accounting officer. 2. If there are disputes regarding whether the alleged irregular expenditure meets the definition of irregular expenditure, the assessment process must be conducted and completed within 3 months from the date the alleged irregular expenditure was reported to the accounting officer. And finally, the determination test referred to in paragraph 19 of the framework must commence and be finalized within 30 days after the assessment of the irregular expenditure. And all of this and this determination process should take no longer than 4 months. So for us to sit with 3 to 4 years of irregular expenditure waiting to be condoned is a concern. The Office of the Premier has also drafted and issued a consequence management framework to departments to implement, but it appears some departments don't heed the Premier's request. This again highlights my point about the older the unauthorized irregular expenditure, the worse the problem. Ultimately, the challenge of compliance remains at the door of Provincial Treasury. On a positive note, however, SCOPA will now call departmental HODs and CFOs to explain to SCOPA why this non-compliance continues. It continues to be the mandate of members of this legislature to ensure accountability and compliance by departments and officials. The one issue that was raised by the Finance Committee is the ongoing under-expenditure on COE by Treasury. This is not a new phenomenon, but continues to beleaguer Treasury and ultimately will impact on Treasury's responsibilities when it comes to financial oversight through budgeting and compliance. Now more than ever in these fiscal times, Treasury needs to ensure that this shortcoming is addressed once and for all. A further important issue highlighted by the Finance Committee was the continued challenges experienced with infrastructure development and the lack of capacity by the Department of Public Works, the implementing agent of choice, to deliver infrastructure projects timeously. Treasury needs to ensure that this infrastructure crack team, which has played a constructive role in the past, plays a more proactive role in the monitoring of these infrastructure projects by Public Works. Now more than ever, this province needs to rebuild its economy, and infrastructure projects are absolutely key and vital to that objective. Where failures exist, these need to be exposed and dealt with timeously. As Arnold Schwarzenegger said, I'll be back.
Thank you, Honorable Rogers. The next speaker is supposed to be Honorable Seja, but we have received an apology from the EFF. Therefore, Honorable CM Shinga will be the next one.
Sungehlisa kangaka. Ngiyabonga kakhulu. Ngibingelele sihlalo namalunga ahloniphekile endlu nabo bonke abakhona abathamele uhlelo. Njengokuba ke sesinxenxiwe ilowo usihlalo wekomiti lezezimali umhlonishwa Nkosi ukuba siyeseke le budget ebeyethulwa uMEC Dube, sizokwenza kanjalo ke ngokungena mbandela. However, we show great concern towards the department's underspending the 2020-2021 by 17.927 million, which is largely due to delays in the filling of vacant posts. The funds should be reprioritized to other programs if the department is able to function, if they are able to function without that vacant posts for almost 2 years, which then says it becomes redundant. Honorable MEC, sikuzwile ukhuluma ngohlelo lokuvuselela i-financial literacy. Siyakusekela kakhulu ukuthi lolo hlelo maluphile luze lufinyelele emazingeni aphansi kwi-ward or VD level komama bethu abasemakhaya beyitokofela abakhombisile ukuthi banawo amava nothando ukuthi babe yingxenye ye-economy kulesi sifundazwe sethu. We also acknowledge the support given to the municipalities under financial distress, and we appeal to the department under the Municipal Support Program to give the financial state and progress on the turnaround strategies to assist these municipalities. We also call upon the department to inform us of the status for the 3 identified municipalities on revenue and debt management, including the continued rollout projects initiated in 2021-2022. Ngiyabonga.
Siyabonga kakhulu umhlonishwa uMbali Shinga. Isikhulumo esilandelayo uHonorable S. Thakur Rajbans.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. The NF thanks the delegated Honorable MEC and the Treasury team for this report. The MS concern remains donor funding and triple Ps. The global EU funding was ended in 2019 for HIV and AIDS, but now there's COVID-19. And this is not caused by biolab disasters of South Africans making. As a country and province that has been severely affected by the wrath of COVID-19, our plan should secure funds to replace the 2019 global fund stoppage followed by the 2020 pandemic. Chronology of disease funding stoppage and new pandemics are crystal clear. Triple P's budget of 6.68 million from 8.6 million shows a 2.5 million savings. But Honorable MEC, this is only a salary bill. What benefit has this unit brought except undertaking continuous exploration with entities? We need tangible results in areas of water, soil, air, energy, and waste recycling. And these involve infrastructure, budget, and skills partnerships given COVID-19 and recurrent floods. The MA believes that the monopolization of our economy means resistance to wealth redistribution through triple Ps and CSR. And these must be made mandatory through careful regulation with tax incentives like those that are given for landownerships and skills levies. Areas which need further reforms are e-pricing, combination, and crack cheese. The other areas of revenue generation are slow and low, and these are driver's licenses and misused respectively. Ordinary citizens are financially burdened to pay for temporary licenses due to broken machines. The increase to our coffers must be reported during the appropriations on how affected persons will be reimbursed. Furthermore, it is time that low circle tax rates are revised to reflect its maintained profits, currently 422 million, made mainly from poor people. The distribution percentages needs to be reviewed. The role of the Department of Sports and Recreation in creating jobs must be considered by rebalancing the 67 million.
Thank you, Honorable Rajbans. Unfortunately, The time is not on your side. Thank you. The next member is Honorable M.E. Phakathi. Siyabonga kakhulu umhlonishwa. Umhlonishwa olandelayo umhlonishwa SE Manqele. Fundisi.
Chair, greeting you in the name of Jesus. ACDP, we note and adopt the budget given of 6.84. We take into consideration the responsibilities of the provincial treasurer, that their duty is to assist mostly the municipalities to draft and implement their budget. And it's where the crux of our financial problem in the province is. Therefore, a stricter measure also must be given and implemented so that we avoid the negative report from the Auditor General. For instance, the one which was on 2019-2020 indicated that most of our departments got unqualified report, which was not good. So capacity building and in-service trainings must be provided to all people who utilize funding, whether they're in the Department of Finance or not in Department of Finances. We are aware that Kuzeni in 2021 indicated that there is improvement in terms of auditor's opinion in our department, which is good. We also ask the department to strengthen the functioning of the internal auditing within the departments and in the municipalities. This is the most important tool which we can use to reduce the number of qualified auditing all over. Thank you.
Siyabonga kakhulu umhlonishwa olandelayo FA Rogers for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In my last 2 minutes, I want to put a proposal perhaps to Treasury and to the MEC and then ask the MEC a question. And the first one is, if one looks at the regular under expenditure and over expenditure in certain departments, and our budgets at the moment are based on historical and just an incremental budget, I wonder if the time hasn't come for us to look at certain departments and look at zero-based budgeting. Because very often what happens is we're basing our new budgets on historical expenditure, and times change, and as times change, so the requirement for expenditure changes. I know that when I engaged with some of the Treasury officials, they said to me this can very often result in an increased budget, but I don't believe that's the case for all of the departments. So perhaps this is something that we need to debate, consider, and look at a way forward. Then lastly, taking into account the disaster, and this is my question to the MEC, is the billion rand that's been given by National Treasury. Obviously, that's a fairly lengthy process. There's money bills, and it has to pass various houses before we reach that money. In the interim, what actually happens? Does it mean that if we're going to start funding certain projects, recovery projects, are we going to have to fund that internally? And then also, I'm led to believe, and this is from the media, that Treasury have engaged departments and asked them to reprioritize budgets. Now, if that is the case, there's very little to reprioritize, other than perhaps moving capital projects. So perhaps the MEC can just give us a little bit more detail on that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Rogers. The last speaker, uzoba umhlonishwa ubaba KK Siphonkosi for 14 minutes.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, for allowing us to debate on this vote number 6 budget. Sifuna ukuqala nje ngokuthi sibingelele kundunankulu walesifundazwe kanye na yonke icabinet, the honorable members of this house, and all the officials of the government and the public at large. Would want to start our debate by reminding ourselves that we are in the unbearable pain as the province of KwaZulu-Natal after the havoc of the storms that attacked us as KZN and the Eastern Cape, where hundreds of our people perished and tens of thousands lost their loved ones and their properties. We are saddened by those who perished who have not yet been found. This is an extreme pain to their relatives who would need closure, especially after the burials. Our prayers and condolences are with all families who are directly affected. We salute our ANC provincial government, led by the Premier and his cabinet, who were and are still toiling as they render assistance to the people who are in need. We also commend the state president and his ministers who abandoned everything and shared the pain with our province. Sithi Mongameli, nabongqongqoshe bakho, ukuzolana nathi si KZN ngesikhathi silila sikushayela ihlo. We commend our municipalities which did everything humanly possible to render help where it was needed most. We also salute ordinary citizens of our province who got involved in this crusade for help. Kubasebenzi bakahulumeni, siyabonga kakhulu for working around the clock to help our people. We are the province in mourning, but we are showing resilience. We will pick ourselves up and rebuild our province. We will not make a mistake on behalf of the African National Congress to play the political game on this one, because this runs against Ubuntu. If that is done by anybody, that somebody has to know that this is inhuman and unpatriotic. First and foremost, I wish to welcome and congratulate the newly appointed Head of Department for Provincial Treasury, Ms. Carol Kutse. She cut her teeth in the very same provincial treasury some years back and served in various capacities in our government, including leading one of the public entities where she distinguished herself. Some of us kept on engaging with her, and we know her good work that she did there. She is joining the team of committed professionals, and we also hope that she is going to be supported like all other heads of departments that received the support. On that point, would want also to thank Nelly Shays, who was the acting HOD, who steered the ship until the new HOD got appointed. Honorable Chairperson, I wish to confirm what Honorable Zulu mentioned. As the Finance Committee members deployed by the ANC specifically, we took time to scrutinize both the APP and the budget of the provincial treasury, and we were convinced that it needed to be supported unconditionally, as Honorable Shinga indicated. We want to assure the provincial treasury that we are not signing a blank check, as the real work is about to begin when we are forcing accountability monthly and quarterly. They know how we do it. We do it with a smile, but we are very effective. It humbles us that the officials of the provincial treasury don't hide anything from us, and for that we thank them. We also appreciate the ever-presence of the MEC for Finance during our engagements. Honorable Dube Ncube, we really feel honored. Because anyway, what we like most is that you have got an understanding that the agreements reached in those professional engagements will be implemented. That's what the trust that we have. We have not yet seen the agreement reached with your department in your presence or in your absence. Anyway, I can't remember how many times you apologized. It might have been once. You know, I can't remember vividly. But they get implemented. That's why we say your staff is very professional. So we also wanted to indicate that we do so not because we like your department. Your department are not our friends, but these are government officials who are paid on monthly basis to serve our people. So when we praise them, they must not construe that as creating friendship between ourselves and them. But both sides, our own portfolio committee and themselves, should be having one objective of ensuring good performance in our own government. I listened attentively to the debates, but there's only one thing that I wanted to point out through what was happening. Personally, I've got an advantage that I belong to a couple of committees, and I don't get confused about issues that are related to certain committees. I understand clearly, Honorable Rogers and other honorable members, that if you are not careful, the work of the Standing Committee on Public Accounts and Finance could have the thin line. But in reality and practice, there is a vast difference between the two. The issue of the 48 billion rand that we are already putting for discussion, it is my understanding that it arose from the SCOPA engagement recently with the provincial treasury. We were doing our work as SCOPA because we understood that the issues of irregular expenditure are identified by the AG and then declared and then have to be scrutinized by SCOPA, and thereafter, in terms of the new policy, the department, the provincial treasury has to deal with the processes as outlined by the national treasury. So to me, I would not be tempted to comment on that one, except to give the public at large that this irregular expenditure of 48 billion rand is an accumulation over years. For specifics, there is irregular expenditure that dates back to 2001. I've gone through all of them up to that accumulated number, as we have indicated. So I would want to join in where Honorable Zulu left off, where he was indicating what is contained in the programs of this department. There are 5 of them, as the Honorable MEC indicated. So we would want to focus in the main on the program that I think we need to talk much about. That is the last program, which is a new program of the provincial treasury, the Municipal Finance Management. This program, according to my own interpretation, puts the provincial treasury to the center in the improvement of financial management in local government. It has 5 programs, and overall those 5 programs are allocated 85.126 million rand, as the MEC indicated. And you can make a comparison that in the previous financial year, it had a mere 54.431 million rand. Why the increase? The increase, to me, is that it would need to force this unit to have got more capacity of filling the vacancies that are there, 3 of them in particular that are directly linked to the rendering of assistance to local government, namely the post of the director, the deputy director, and the assistant director under the sub-program of municipal accounting and reporting. And Honorable MEC, we would love, I don't want a tension between ourselves and your department around the question of the filling of these 3 posts in particular. We would not understand, as the Finance Portfolio Committee, that these 3 critical posts will remain not filled up to the end of the current financial year, which means that HOD and CFO and the MEC and the whole treasury, we would not understand if they are not implemented by the 31st of March 2023, so that we see more visible treasury in local government. We also know that when you table the MFMA Section 17 reports, we don't sleep well, some of us. I'm one of those people, because it indicates that some departments, some municipalities adopt unfunded budgets, which is against the law. And we also know that they are developing, just for compliance purposes, the indigent policies and compile indigent register, which leave out what is supposed to be there. You know, putting people who can't pay is a waste of time. So having said so, we would want to indicate our understanding that we know it is not the provincial treasury and a treasury that must intervene in local government. Then COGTA is there, but as COGTA is there involved in rendering of support to local government, we hope that there will be no territorial boundaries that are created. You have got this unit, and COGTA has got the similar unit. You will work together and all the stuff. So because of the time that has gone away from me, we want to indicate that as ANC, we fully support this budget. Thank you very much.
Siyabonga kakhulu, Honorable Nkosi. Let me invite Honorable MEC Dube Ncube.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson, honorable members. Let's appreciate the debate from the honorable members. Honorable Zulu, MA, Makeba, siyabonga kakhulu with your contributions. And indeed, we want to commit that the work that we are doing, we will ensure that we are aligned, our APP with our budget, but also we commit to ensure that we continue to support the work of other government departments, as well as the values of service delivery and commitments of accountability that you spoke about. The excellent support of various institutions is possible due to the professional expertise that we have in our treasury team, and we will continue to build a solid, capable team through our current recruitment processes. We indicated that we are indeed forging ahead with the filling of the critical vacant posts. Honorable Hlabisa, we appreciate the support and the work that we do with you in committees. As a provincial treasury, we do agree with the sentiments that we must serve as example to other departments and commit to ensure that we retain our record. The highest regular expenditure in the province, I agree that this is certainly not the position we wish to see in the province, but I think Honorable Nkosi has really dealt with this matter quite comprehensively. The provincial treasury has a tracking system which documents our turnaround time for filling of the vacant posts, and I can assure you, Honorable Hlabisa, that we don't even spend the applications that come to our office, don't even spend 2 days before they are returned back to the department that have made the application for filling of the post. I remember only of one department where there was a delay because we had asked some questions from that department in relation to how they have budgeted for those posts, and it took them 2 weeks for them to respond back to us, to bring the documents back to us. That was the only department that had had a delay because of their own making as well, that they delayed to come back to us, to bring back the documents. Honorable Rogers, the issue of irregular expenditure is well known to this House, And I think we do agree with the concerns that you've raised. And I think the matter is historical. However, as you would have seen from our previous interaction with the scoper and what the Honorable Nkosi has said, our HOD has taken a different approach now of trying really to deal with this historical problem, in that is even meeting with the CFOs, one-on-one meetings, group meetings, to really try clearing these matters that have been standing there for quite some time. And I think we do believe, and we are certain that this approach will really help us clean this irregular expenditure books that have been sitting for a long time. We also do agree with you that the underspending on COE is something that is not correct, but we have committed ourselves that within 6 months we would have filled these posts that we have highlighted here today. I also want to say, Honorable Rogers, on the questions that you have posed, I think I would agree with you that I think it's about time that we do review our budgeting process. I know that for the accountants and those people that are dealing with those matters, it's not an easy thing to do when you have to deal with us. The Premier has already raised it with us that shouldn't we be looking at the zero-based budgeting? I remember at the eThekwini municipality when we introduced the zero-based budgeting, the accountant and CFO were up in arms because it's a lot of work to do for them. But it's something that is necessary sometimes for you to clean your books, because this historical piling up of books does not help to give you the correct perspective, because over the years you would know that over the years things revolve, things change. And with the changes that are happening, you have to adjust and adapt. Some things that you have been doing 10 years ago, you're no longer doing them. So you have to try and do what you want to achieve now as opposed to what you wanted to achieve 10 years ago. So I do agree with you. It's something that we need to look at, the mechanism of which, as I say, I don't know bureaucratically how easy it is with the budget process. You would know how long the budget process takes, how long the consultations and everything bureaucratically it takes. It's something else. The billion rand, Honorable Rogers, there is no billion rand, Honorable Rogers. Let me be clear with you. The money that we have at the moment is the money that is in the MTEF of our own budget, particularly the human settlement. So, for now, the province must submit to National Treasury our calculations, and then the National Treasury will give us money. But for now, the departments are utilizing their own resources, prioritizing, reprioritizing for their own resources. What we've asked them to do is that as they reprioritize what they have, they must now tell us what projects are they going to stop over the MTEF that they are not going to be able to do, because that is going to be another challenge. So for now, there's no billion, please. There's no billion. There's no billion. There's only our money on our budget that is front-loaded so that we can assist our people, so that we can bring relief that is much needed by our communities out there. Honorable Pagati, the department has got still a lot to do. I agree with you entirely. We always say in the Treasury that it is actually an indictment to us as Treasury that we continue to have clean audit in the sea of unclean audits, whether they are municipalities or they are provincial governments. We have to work hard to ensure that whatever expertise that we have, we can be able to share with other government departments and entities. And it's something that we are really working hard to do, so that we can, at the end, say the whole of government is moving together, the whole of government is able to achieve clean audit, and we are able to ensure that we account for all the monies. Obviously, there are challenges, not of our own making, the systematic challenges in that you still have your district, offices, particularly of those big departments such as health and education, which is still going to be a problem, because when it comes to assets and liabilities and all those other things, it's really not something that's going to be easy. Public works as well, in terms of infrastructure, auditing of those. It's something that we still need to master. Probably with the introduction of the IT system, digitalization, it's something that is going to improve our systems and really get us to somewhere where we can improve even our accounting systems, because there's going to be less of human errors in the way we are doing our books. The misstatement that we usually see will definitely be minimized with some of the digitalization that we're trying to introduce into our book and to our system. I think the issues that are being raised by the honorable members of the work that is need to be done by Treasury, i.e. In municipalities, we totally agree with you, absolutely agree with you. The 7 municipalities in distress in KwaZulu-Natal have been identified, and there's still a lot of work that we need to do in support of those municipalities in distress. We also have municipalities that have adopted unfunded budgets. Legally, it's not allowed to have unfunded budgets, and that should not have happened. We should have been able to preempt that those municipalities did not have enough financial resources in their books, and we should have anticipated that they are not allowed to have unfunded budgets and intervene on time. We are now adopting as well a different approach, in that the Section 71 reports that we receive monthly from municipalities, we have adopted an approach that say those reports are supposed to be our early warning systems, ages reports, and all those instruments that are there in the MFMA that are giving us as Treasury responsibility to support municipality needs to be used and used as early warning systems for us to support and intervene at municipal space. And I think it's one of those things that we've set ourselves to do and to work on quite extensively moving forward. I also wish to thank honorable members, the committee. I think we really, every time we interact with the members of the committee, we become wiser. I think your experience as finance gurus, it does really come handy to all of us, but also to other departments, I do think. The interaction that we are having with other MECs in terms of, I think honorable member was asking about that the monies should not go back to the fiscus. I think Honorable Pagati, we do agree with you, Honorable Pagati, but what we've also adopted, a new stance now, is that we meet regularly with the MECs in order for us to convey to them how their books are looking, how their expenditure are looking, and we normally require turnaround strategies so that they can then catch up with their expenditure, that within no time we would not be able to return any monies back, because we will be able to catch up on time before the end of financial year, and departments will then be able to spend. But also, with our monitoring and evaluation, we will ensure that they spend where they are supposed to spend, not fiscal dumping, or not where they divert money just for the sake of spending. Municipal Finance Unit, Honorable Nkosi, yes, the Center of Improving Financial Management in Municipality, we are increasing our capacity there. It is something that we need to relook at that structure and the capacity of that unit. And the posts that you're talking about, yes, they will be prioritized. The MFMA reports, as I indicated, they will serve as an early warning systems for us to be able to intervene. What we've done, even in the training that Treasury has just provided to the new committees, finance committees of municipalities, is that we need to be able to educate and capacitate municipalities to understand their roles in terms of the MFMA, but also provincial government need to understand what is the provincial government role in the MFMA, because Treasury in particular, I have been stressing, has got a huge role to play in the MFMA. And until the Finance Committee of this province as well understand its oversight role in the MFMA, we will escape without us being having done our work properly there. But we don't mind because there's a lot anyway that you are doing in your oversight over what we are doing. Irregular expenditure, indeed, honorable members, it's a cumulative from 2001. So you can imagine that work that results from 2001 of that irregular expenditure to 2022. It's over years, so you will really bear with us because other departments as well, with the change in the administration, the documentation, they're trying to piece together the documentation, they're trying to trace back a lot of work that needs to then guide in terms of following the procedures of regularizing those irregular expenditure or condoning those irregular expenditures. So it's not something that we can just do with the stroke of a pen. As you would have seen, we have to ensure that we follow the law, we follow the rules, so that at the end, all of us can be satisfied that indeed we have done justice towards improving good governance and clean governance and effective governance into our financial systems as well as the health of our systems. Because as we go every year, because of this cumulative and this outstanding irregular expenditure, it carries on to the following year. And it's creating a problem even for departments because they can't get clean audits because they have this hanging irregular expenditure that is just following them. And until we clean that really past, we will never be able to achieve a clean slate of moving those departments towards a clean life or clean books moving forward. But I can assure you that the Executive Council, the Premier himself, we are working very hard on Operation Clean Audit. We have clear targets, we have regular meetings, regular workshops, and we are going to make sure that we deal with those matters and we will report back to you the progress or lack thereof, and we will be transparent as we always are. Thank you, honorable members.
Thank you very much, Honorable Dube. Honorable members, thank you. And we have come to the end of the debate. We have come to the end of debate, vote 6. Thank you very much, honorable members. We are now going to break for an hour, meaning that we will come back at 14:30 for vote 12. Siyabonga kakhulu.
Niyazibusisa lapha emakhaya niyadla thina kufanele sidle asoma salamba niyashaya. Ile crew yesikole sasingena emini ngiyanibona nje niyazibusisa.
Abanye benu bayaguqelwa ngisho noguqelwa. Kule TTL abantu baguqelwe.
May I request that honorable members and colleagues leave the venue? We are about to do the forking. Please.
Malunga hloniphekile shamthetho. Honorable members, we will proceed with the next debate, which is debate vote number 12. I will also wish to confirm that the budget report 22 and 23 of the Portfolio Committee on Transport has been tabled in terms of the standing rules. This report, it debated Zomaganje, will have the report by the MEC for Transport Committee Safety and Liaison on transport budget for 45 minutes. Then we'll also have a report by the Chairperson of Transport for 10 minutes. Then we'll embark on the debate that will take 90 minutes. Then thereafter that will be the response by the MEC Transport Committee Safety and Liaison. The total debate is estimated to 165 minutes. I'll call upon to the podium the Honorable MEC for Transport, Committee Safety and Liaison, Honorable NP Konyeni, to have a report presented for 45 minutes. Over to you, Honorable MEC.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. Let me start off by greeting the Honorable Speaker, wherever she is, the Deputy Speaker, Chief Whip, Deputy Chief Whip, and the entire leadership of the Provincial Legislature. Let me also acknowledge the presence of our Honorable Premier, Honorable Leader of Government Business, MECs who are here, the Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee on Transport, and all other members who are in this House. Honorable Chairperson, my head of department, I think, is actually experiencing the sitting in that cubicle for the first time, Mr. Mbele, who is accompanied by the acting CFO, Ms. Kunene. Honorable Chairperson, allow me to rise and table the 2022-2023 budget vote for the KwaZulu-Natal Department of Transport. This budget is critical to us as it will define the future of this province and its people. We are presenting this budget speech under the theme Transport, Driving Recovery and Economic Growth. This theme places transport as a sector for the reconstruction and economic recovery of the province following the deadly pandemic of COVID-19, last year's July unrest, and the recent heavy floods that destroyed our road network, bridges, driver license testing center, work offices and equipment. Honorable Chairperson, all the programs and the work we are doing seeks to respond to the priorities of the 6th administration and the resolution of the Cabinet Mahutlas. Regarding flood damaged projects, we are saying the impact of inclement weather continues to affect us negatively as a province. We have had serious ongoing floods since 2008. KwaZulu-Natal is indeed beginning to heavily feel the effects of global warming. The recent floods caused major devastation in the province, which resulted in the deaths of more than 435 people, with more people still missing as some bodies have not been recovered. We are expressing our heartfelt condolences to all bereaved families. Most of our roads, bridges and other infrastructural projects were damaged. Big strategic had lanes reduced for safety reasons, and most gravel roads were washed away, making it very difficult to connect in rural communities. Honorable members, more than 1,369 projects at an estimated value of around 5.6 billion rands need to be repaired. We must report in this House that since this has been pronounced as a national disaster, we are working with all spheres of government in order for us to repair our infrastructure. In most projects, work is already underway, and on Tuesday, together with the Honorable Premier, we visited the construction site of the emergency lane on the N2 Mgababa to assess progress. We remain optimistic that this road will soon be traversable for the motorists. And thanks to our Honorable Premier for the great leadership that he displays all the time during the most devastating periods facing our province. One of the most renowned poets and civil rights activist, Maya Angelou, had this to say, I quote, "We may encounter many defeats, but we must not be defeated," I close quotes. Chairperson, we are also engaged in the cleanup operation of the Rossbera Driver License Testing Center. This center was completely damaged with all computers and information technology systems destroyed. 9 vehicles were also damaged. As an interim measure, we have relocated services to the Pinetown office. This is to ensure that those who had already been allocated dates continue to be tested and to continue with the process of license renewals. The expanded public works program team is also busy with cleanup operations at Rossbera. We are engaging the Department of Public Works to set up temporary office accommodation. However, the long-term plan is to build a solid structure in the upper piece of land within the precinct of the DLTC so that it is not affected by future floods. We are, however, disturbed by elements of criminality following the hijacking of our staff, Mlazi, whilst we were working on flood-damaged projects. We are thankful that they were not harmed and that the vehicle was recovered. We express our sincere gratitude to the people of KwaZulu-Natal for alerting law enforcement agencies as the vehicle was recovered within no time. Regarding the budget breakdown, Honorable Chairperson, we wish to indicate that the department is allocated a budget of 12.4 billion rands in the current financial year. The bulk of this budget is allocated to infrastructure delivery with the main focus on maintaining existing infrastructure. Again, we are always called to embark on a balancing act between the maintenance and construction of new project. The budget is then divided as follows. For corporate services, that is regarding the administrative issues of the department, we have allocated 529 million rands. Regarding infrastructure, 8.9 billion rands. That's where the bulk of our allocated budget goes. Transport operations, 1.9 billion. Transport regulations, 1.013 billion rands, and community-based projects going to benefit from an allocated budget, which is 42 million rands. Honorable Chairperson, the department remains fully committed to the utilization of conditional grants that are allocated to us by the national government. These grants are essential in supplementing the shortfall in our budget. I must indicate, Honorable Chairperson, that we will try by all means to ensure that we utilize all the allocated budget this time around, because it has been happening in the previous years that we find ourselves returning some of the allocated budget. We'll make sure that that doesn't happen anymore. In this financial year, the grants are allocated as follows. There is an allocated amount of 2.7 billion rands, which is meant for provincial road maintenance grant, and the 1.3 billion rands for public transport operation grant, and 68 million rands for EPWP integrated grant to the province of KwaZulu-Natal. Regarding our program, which has to do with socio-economic transformation, Honorable Chairperson, we are saying IGULA program is still on. The department remains committed to prioritizing the empowerment of SMMEs owned SMME-owned companies by designated groups in the province. The commitment was effected through the departmental IGULA radical socio-economic policy. The intention of this policy is to use the public procurement system to benefit the previously disadvantaged communities and also achieve inclusive growth. The department has noted with great concern the negative effect of the judgment in Minister of Finance versus Afri Business to set aside the preferential procurement regulations published under the Preferential Procurement Policy Framework Act of 2017, which is the main legislative guideline for the public procurement system designed to advance certain designated groups in line with the principle of IGULA. Chairperson, we expect no budget cuts in this financial year. However, there are carryovers which were declared in the previous MTF period, and the carry through in the financial year will be 888 million rands in the 2022-23 financial year and 1.251 billion rands in the 23-24 financial year and 1.3 billion rands in the 2024-2025 financial year. Regarding Program 1, which has to do with administration, we're saying, Chairperson, this program underpins our continued focus on building a responsive, accountable, efficient, and service delivery-oriented department. As such, we need an organizational structure which is geared for modern transport systems and underpinned by the digital technology in order for us to achieve maximum performance. This program has been allocated an amount of 529.062 million rands. Regarding the new organizational structure that we are busy developing, we wish to indicate, Honorable Chairperson, that this structure will be aligned to the district development model. This will see us transforming all our regional offices and call centers to align with district municipalities in order to ensure that there is integration of our services with all spheres of government. To this end, the department is reviewing its new organizational structure to ensure that it is geared towards having the requisite skills and capacity in order to implement an integrated policy and planning approach that will include all modes of transport, including aviation, maritime, rail, and pipeline. We are focusing on including or incorporating all other modes of transport, Honorable Chairperson, because in this province we do have an international airport which is called King Shaka International Airport, and other small airports like your Ulundi, Margate, and other Richards Bay. There is another another airport that might be functional very soon, which is located in Newcastle. So we need to pay attention to these other modes of transport as the province of KwaZulu-Natal. Our Premier has already declared that we need to move cargo from road to rail. If you don't pay attention to that, it will be difficult for us to monitor and even to put pressure on the national government. We actually need to ensure that we work together with the national government to ensure that all these there is this multimodal integrated approach of utilizing all other modes of transport in the province of KwaZulu-Natal. Regarding our program of implementing the digital transformation, we are saying we do have a strategy now. And the strength of any organization is nowadays tested with its technological capacity. The department has recently launched its digital transformation strategy, and our customers need to be able to access our services speedily wherever they are. In case of emergencies such as we recently experienced during floods, we need to be able to communicate timeously with them regarding changes to our services. Uma sizoba ne-roadblock, abantu kufanele bazi ukuthi siyawublocka lowa mgwaqo, awusezukuhambeka, ukuze bakwazi ukusebenzisa amanye ama-routes. But through the technology that we are having in the department, we envisage to do exactly that. This will ensure that there is a pool of qualified artisans in the department in line with our new strategic direction of expanding into other modes of transport. The department will be awarding 37 bursaries at a cost of over 2.4 million rands to needy young people studying in various engineering fields and transport modes. We currently have among our bursary recipients for this year, a young lady, Miss Lihle Sibeko, who is 27 years old, who is from Newcastle, who is studying aviation. She's actually doing public and private pilot licensing. We hope her story will inspire many young people to explore opportunities in this field. Internally, 34 bursaries were awarded to employees studying in various academic fields at a cost of just over 1.5 million rands. In this financial year, we'll also have 250 new graduates interns who will be given an opportunity to gain work experience over a period of 24 months at a cost of 42 million rands. This is part of our initiatives of empowering young people who have an interest in working in the transportation sector. Honorable members, we know that there has been an outcry especially expressed by the members of the Portfolio Committee on Transport regarding our incapacity as the department when it comes to filling in of vacant posts. What we have done from the office of the MEC now is that we have established what we refer to as a war room, which is convened on weekly basis in order to ensure that these posts are filled. Uma ubuza ama-officials azokunikeza ama-reasons awu-1001. Kodwa uma sewuhlezi nabo uyabona ukuthi ngesisikhathi nje izil eyenza ukuthi kungenzeki izinto ngesikhathi. We have now established this war room in order to fast track the employment of people in the department and to build the capacity in the Department of Transport. We are one department that is committing here and now, Honorable Premier and Honorable Chairperson, that we will definitely achieve the 7% allocation of people with disabilities. Amongst the 1,009 posts that have been that are going to be filled, we will be prioritizing people with disabilities as well. Regarding the strengthening internal systems and audit improvements, Honorable Chairperson, we had in our last budget speech we had reported on the challenges facing our supply chain management unit. These challenges include, amongst others, capacity issues, inability to deal with the department's infrastructure procurement needs, and general high work volumes. In response to this, we have now received assistance in the form of 21 personnel deployed by the Provincial Treasury and 69 new SCM graduates who will assist in this unit. And the post of the Chief Financial Officer has been advertised, and the department is also in the process of filling the post of the supply chain manager, because those two very crucial posts have been vacant for quite some time now. We are in the process of fast-tracking the filling in of those two critical posts. Regarding Program 2, which has to do with transport infrastructure, we are saying, Honorable Chairperson, many of the most heavily trafficked roads have passed their design lifespan, while some heavily trafficked roads are not designed to accommodate the freight. This has increasingly manifested itself through road failure, more potholes, high accident rates, increased vehicle operating costs, longer journey times, higher transaction and logistic costs, reduced productivity, reduce global competitiveness, and high levels of discontent among our people. Despite these challenges, the department remains committed in delivering services to our people. In this current financial year, we plan to upgrade 183 kilometers of surfaced roads, build new 50 kilometers of gravel road, and construct 10 vehicle bridges and 2 pedestrian bridges. In addition, we will rehabilitate and maintain 1,800,000 square meters of the current existing infrastructure. And some of these commitments will need to be reprioritized based on the provincial needs post the April 2022 floods. A realigned budget will be captured within the next month to suit the provincial needs. This is in addition to the already existing 8,668 kilometers of the paved provincial road network and 24,404 kilometers of gravel road network throughout the province. Chairperson, to improve the pace of delivery, the department has entered into a memorandum of agreement with the Independent Development Trust in order to utilize their contracts while finalizing ours. This agreement includes 5 projects valued at 615 million rands. Ngiyafisa ukuchaza ukuthi kuthe sikwi-process yokwenza umsebenzi oku-appointa ama-service providers, sabona ukuthi kunama irregularities amaningi obekuzokwenza ukuthi ku-ede kuleya irregular expenditure cumulative MEC uDube Ncube kade ekhuluma ngayo. Sase siyakhansela kulo lelisonto esiphuma kulo senzela ukuthi siqale phansi iprocess. Sabona futhi ukuthi ngoba ngesisikhathi iprocess iyayithatha isikhathi eside, kungcono sisebenzise amanye ama-entities afola ngaphansi kwawo uhulumeni. Sivumelene ke ngokuthi asebenzise i-panel yakwa-IDT kanye ne-panel yakwa-Sanral. Nakuba sisazoxoxisana nabo ngoba i-business sector ikhala nge-transformation engenzeki kahle kakhulukazi lapha kwa-Sanral. Thina-ke uma siyi-province sesivumelene ngokusebenzisana nabo eduze, kuyofanele ukuthi siyi-understande kahle i-transformation agenda yabo ngoba kukhalwa ngemonopoly yekhampani ethize eyodwa ekuyiyona ethola umsebenzi kuyona yonke indawo la KwaZulu Natal. Thina ke we cannot tolerate that. That's why we are paying attention on what is it that they are going to be doing. We will be in close monitoring. We will be in close contact with them, monitoring all what they will be doing. Honorable Chairperson, the department has allocated more than 72% of its budget to this program, the road infrastructure program. This program is allocated an amount of 8.9 billion rands. The biggest allocation is going to the maintenance of existing infrastructure, which is allocated 4.2 billion rands, and the construction of new projects allocated 3.8 billion rands. The remaining budget will go to program support, which is 741 million, infrastructure planning 36 million rands, and infrastructure design 49 million rands. We're going to be delivering all these projects guided by the infrastructure master plan, which is currently being finalized. This master plan will guide the provincial priorities and will outline strategic routes and priorities per district municipality in the province. Uma ubuza kuma officials ukuthi umgwaqo othile uzokwenziwa nini, iphi process, most of the time kuye kuthola ukuthi ayikho iprocess. Ngakho ke infrastructure master plan that we are busy developing izosilekelela ukuthi sihlale sinama preliminary designs kuma shelves ukuze sikwazi ukufast tracker iprocess yokwakha imigwaqo. Sicabanga ukuthi ke izophela ngokusheshsha le master plan esesiphezu kwayo. Infrastructure budget breakdown per district. Honorable members, I won't go through that list, but the most important thing is that all districts are reflected on this program. Like for instance, There is new infrastructure that we are going to be developing at eThekwini. Si allocatele for a new infrastructure 18 million rands, for rehabilitation 178 million, for upgrades 121 million. For all other districts, there is an amount of money allocated. It's just that I can't go through that entire list because of time constraints. Chairperson, the South African National Road Agency is one of the strategic partners in the province. There are several projects that we have implemented together which have changed the infrastructure landscape of the province. We continue to work together as we seek to improve both the national and the provincial network. Post the floods, there has been a task team dealing with a collaborative response to the repair and rebuilding of flood damaged infrastructure. This task team comprises of the Department of Transport, SANRAL, and eThekwini officials. The upgrade of N3 and N2 is progressing well, and milestones are being achieved in the implementation of these two projects. The construction between Cato Ridge and Dandanelis, which is underway, is estimated at 1.6 billion rands, and this project is expected to create 1,450 jobs. Isandlwana project is located under Umzinyati district. It is a heritage route and is essential for the historical Battle of Isandlwana, where the Zulu warriors defeated the British Army. This project is going to be a 60-kilometer network in length at a cost that is estimated as 200 million rands. Undunankulu ke wahlala phansi nathi sumnyango siphuma emcimbini waseSandlwana wathi nizowenza nini lo mgwaqo ngoba umgwaqo o-attracta i-tourism. Ndunankulu sizowenza lo mgwaqo, imali allocatele lo mgwaqo u-200 million rands kumanje sesiphezu kwakho. Other projects include Edwin Swales, M7, N2 Kokstad Interchange, Mshwati River Bridge, upgrade of P702 from N2 to R102 in Mandeni, Lichton, Crystal Springs, upgrade of P133, P143 and D182. Ungawuzwa umgwaqo wangakini siwubiza akusho ukuthi awukho la. Miningi kakhulu ngeke sikwazi ngalesikhathi esiallocated sona ukuthi sisho yonke imigwaqo ezokwenzeka. Regarding the assessment of low-level bridges in the province, Honorable Chairperson, during the State of the Province address, the Honorable Premier gave us marching orders and important tasks to be undertaken. Amongst those is to conduct investigations of all the lower-level structures to assess their safety. This is in response to an outcry in many parts of the province where, due to heavy rains, water floods above the bridge level. In many communities, this has resulted in many people losing their lives, connection being cut off completely in communities, and motorists having to stack for hours waiting for water to subside before moving across. The majority of these structures were built with no anticipation that water will cross above. However, due to the changes in weather patterns, we need to deal with this reality and come up with a comprehensive response strategy. Regarding the Welisi Sizwe Bailey Bridges program, we are saying, Honorable Chairperson, last year we reported that our plan was to complete 14 Bailey bridges through the partnership that we are having with the National Department of Public Works and Infrastructure and also with the South African National Defence Force. We can safely report in this House that all these 14 bridges have now been completed. Umphakathi owakhele isizwe senkosi uxolo oGwini lapho kwakhiwa khona ama-bridge amathathu nanamhlanje ubonga uphezi ngalomsebenzi owenziwe losuphephise abantu abaningi ebebewela kanzima emifuleni esabekayo neingozi neminye imphakathi ezindaweni eziningi esihlomulile ngaphansi kwalolu hlelo iyavumelana ngokuthi kufika kwalo kwenze umehluko omkhulu kakhulu ezimpilweni zabantu. Nanamhlanje nje Honorable Premier, we were supposed to have been endaweni ekuthiwa kusemthonjaneni lapho besiyo hand over enye yama Bailey bridges. So sizoqhubeka nalomsebenzi wokwakha lama Bailey bridges ngalendlela ukuthi senza assessment yawu 28 esikholelwa ukuthi nawo futhi sizokwazi ukwenza during this current financial year. There is another program that we are introducing in the department, Honorable Chairperson, ebizwa ngokuthi Operation Valama Potholes. As we have reported that the majority of our infrastructure is reaching its lifespan, we are also faced with the ongoing challenge of potholes in the province. The Premier, of course, also directed us to ensure that we attend to these, to patching ama potholes ngoba uma bengasitholi thina bakhala kuyena undunankulu uhlale ethola ama messages abese wathumela kimi ngaleyo ndlela ke fanele phela sibe uhulumeni o responsive. Le program ke khona nje einsukwini ezimbalwa ezizayo sizobe sesiyayethula ke ukuze bonke abantu bazi ukuthi siyawafixa ke ama potholes futhi senze isiqiniseko sokuthi abantu abasha abaningi bazokwazi ukuthi bathole amathuba emsebenzi ngalendlela ukuthi sesibatrainile manje sihlalo abantu abasha sebelindele nje ukuthi sithi nazo ke sesiyakhona sine partnership no masipala wasemsunduzi sinethemba lokuthi futhi so bane partnership nabanye futhi omasipala lapho sisebenza khona nama cooperatives sisebenze khona nama SMMEs sisebenze khona nje nabantu nje bakulo mphakathi esifike kuwona. Ngaphandle kwa Operation Valama Potholes ikhona nenye futhi esibiza ukuthi Operation Siyazenzela lapho sisebenzisa khona our own internal team yabasebenzi siphinde futhi sisebenzise imshini yethu esiyithenga njalo ngonyaka sithenga imshini. Yeba khona ke observation yokuthi most of the time le mshini iyapakwa nje lapha kuma call centers. Chairperson we portfolio committee uMantshinga uke wahambela lama call centers ehamba namalunga eshamthetho wafika wabona ukuthi hawu lezi inqolo ezininganga ke izipakile zipakeleni nami mangihamba ngiyakubona ngiyathola ukuthi zipakile nje zipakeleni kwase kuthiwa hayi sinenkinga yama driver operators akaqashwa ngani ama driver operators. Then we embarked on a program of recruiting the driver operators. But what we are doing currently, siyabathatha sibafake kwi local municipality eyodwa sibathathe endaweni ehlukahlukene sibanikeze a certain period of time nizohlala la nakho imigwaqo la. We are focusing more on rural roads. We have started we initiated this program endaweni yaseJozini sayenza futhi nasendaweni yaseMzumbe and people are highly appreciative of this program. We will be doing that siloku siyithatha sifake endaweni ethile sibuye futhi sisuke eMzumbe siye Renkonyeni siye Renkonyeni siye eMdoni siye eMdoni siye emzwabantu sesiyaqeda ke umasipala wasogwini kanjalo nakwabanye ama district senza kanjalo. Idinga nje lento esithi i-program management ngoba uma ungayenzi program management uthola ukuthi abantu bayipakela nje Honorable Kaula ubengitshela ngayo ngethi ngakithi ngila eMzumbe ngibona na igrader yakho MEC isivula isiza lapha yana komunye umuzi kwaseqala ukuhwalala nje impela asibathumanga ke lokho nakuba besiza kodwa sibathumanga lokho sibathume ukuthi abayokwenza imigwaqo ihambeke ngenzela ukuthi wonke ama-employees e-department lapho ekhona isizwa sikhuluma azi ukuthi sithe hambani niyokwenza imigwaqo ihambeke asishonga ukuthi hambani niyovula iziza nakuba phela abantu umnikazi wesiza yena uyajabula kodwa akuyona into sibathume yona leyo. And the purpose of this program is to plan, regulate and facilitate the provision of integrated transport services as well as road safety. The other program now, which is referred to as transport operations, We are saying the purpose of this one is to plan, regulate, and facilitate the provision of integrated transport services as well as road safety education. The program receives 1.9 billion rands, and this grant is expected to play a huge role in integrating the strategic intent of expanding the other modes of transport. This will call for a review and introduction of new policies in relation to rail, maritime, pipeline, aviation, and non-motorized transport. Regarding the maritime opportunities, the maritime sector engagements through the industry captains and in consultation with the entities such as SAMSA and Transnet shall be central to the integrated transport planning approach to factor the impact of maritime transport. With regards to maritime services, the department is in the process of finalizing the memorandum of understanding with SAMSA that will allow more opportunities for young people in the maritime space. Regarding the subsidized public transport services, Chairperson, we are changing our approach when it comes to subsidizing modes of transport to subsidizing the routes. This means we will create a space for more inclusive participation in the subsidized public transport space, wherein we will also see other role players, including mid-bus and taxi operators, benefiting from this program. Ngiyafuna nje ukusho ukuthi observation esiyenzile Honorable Chairperson yokuthi abantu base Herigwala nabase Mzinyathi have not been benefiting from this program, and we are now finalizing the process of ensuring that in the near future they will be benefiting. Nam angazi kahle ukuthi kwenzeka kanjani bona bashiwe ngaphandle kodwa bebengekho accommodated kule program, kodwa ke sesiqalile ukudila naleyo process ukuthi nabo babe incorporated into this program. Regarding the public transport facilities, sesikhuluma ngama rank ke manje ama taxi ranks nama bus ranks, si nalo lolo hlelo futhi lokwenza ama rank. Zikhona indawo lapho sithe masibonisana nabantu abakhona kwi-industry bathi nje moya kwanongoma hayi abantu bakhona bayidinga i-transport facility high flats bayayidinga kwaDukuza bayayidinga eJozini nase Claremont, so qala ngalawo ke so prioritize, but it doesn't mean ukuthi abanye abawadingi ukuthi phela ibudget yethu ngeke isivumele ukuthi siwenze zonke indawo. During this current financial year we'll start with those 5 areas bese senza state of the art public transport facilities njengale esemzimkhulu inhle kakhulu. Moya endaweni yase high flats ufuna i-ablution facility, Honorable Premier, you can't get it. There's no in town, there's no public ablution facility. So lama taxi rank or bus ranks esiwenzayo I incorporate ama ablution facilities so abantu bakithi bayolekeleleka kakhulu. The taxi industry stability and killings, City Ndunankulu, siyabonga kakhulu ukusebenzisana neSantaco kule province yaKwaZulu Natal eholwa uGagashe. Siyahlangana ngaso sonke isikhathi sixoxisane uma kunezinto esingaziboni kahle. Bekukhona ke into ukuthi kube khona iviolence kakhulu kule industry. Kodwa esibonayo uma senza nje our own investigation and analysis of what are the causal factors of le violence enzakalayo. Kukhona le mali eqoqwayo emarenk o20 rand ukuthi makuphuma imoto 20 rand, mayiphuma elandela u20 rand, babanga lokho ke basuke bebanga labo 20 rand kuzoqoqwa ubani lo 20 rand. Ngakho ke siyaxoxisana ukuthi fanele regulate kanjani leyo process ukuze kungabi khona udlame, kodwa angifuna ukuqamba amanga kukhona ukwehla kodlame ngenxa yokuthi sebambisana kune team yeSantaco ekwazi ukuthi intervene on time. Uma behluleka ke bese be escalate to myself and to the chairperson of the province. So we are very happy with the relationship that we have created between ourselves. Ganjalo nekwana bakho sinobudlelwano obuhle nabo abamabhasi nakuba bekhala ngezinye izinto ke ekusafanele ukuthi siyixoxise. Regarding the learner transport program, honorable members, this program remains underfunded and we will continue lobbying for more resources. The pain of learners traveling miles to access schools in rural areas is real. Hence, we need to be decisive around this program. Sihlala sigxekwa ke Honorable MEC Dube-Ncube ngokuthi kuthiwe yes ifika le mali grant, but there is this expectation yokuthi nathi njenge province we should allocate some funding for this particular program. So there are about 67,163 learners that are benefiting from this program, and the budget allocated for this particular program is 459 million rands, and there are 397 schools that are actually benefiting. We do have another program, yogu issuisha ama bicycles, ifola ngaphansi kwe program esithi non-motorized transport. We are going to be issuing 2,400 bicycles to learners. Program 4, transport regulation, Honorable Chairperson, the purpose of this program is to ensure that there is provision of safe transport environment through the regulation of traffic on public infrastructure, law enforcement, implementation of road safety education and awareness programs, and the registration and licensing of vehicles and drivers. This program receives just over 1 billion rands that is allocated for that. Iyasebenza ke nayo. Unless and until we all take seriously the issue of safety on the road, the carnage will continue to rob us of our loved ones. Ngakho ke yinto efanele sibambisane nayo, siyabonga kakhulu bona bonke labo ababamba iqhaza, especially abakwa RTI, sibonga amaphoyisa uSAPS, sibonge South African National Defence Force, sibonge futhi no Santaco ngoba bane program esibiza ngokuthi Operation Hlokomela. Sihlala ke masenza ama roadblocks sisebenzisana kanye nabo. Ikhona inkinga mhlali ngaphambili when it comes to into road traffic inspectorate kule province akwaZulu Natal, kule department akwa transport esisazama ukudila nayo. You'll find out that most of the time our officials are very demoralized because of the fact that they are always fighting. They, you know, angaze ibone ibranch yakwa RTI, ama officials akhona are always fighting. Bakwi-mood nje yokulwa nje ngaso sonke isikhathi. Kodwa ama issues bayawa raise ukuthi why are they always angry? Bayawa raise ama issues. Sometimes ubona ukuthi we have been very unfair to our officers. Like for instance, bacela i-uniform, just uniform afanele basebenze ngayo. Uthola ukuthi from 2014 beseloku belindile ukuthengelwa nje uniform ayitholakala. Then you ask yourself why ingenzeki le nto with department. So we are dealing with those issues. Namanye nje ama abusive tendencies abawashoyo that we are busy trying to intervene kuwona, including ukuthi indlela nje when you go to their offices, nothing will really motivate you. Uyakwanongoma, they don't even have an ablution facility. We are Great Town, ubona umgodi phansi. Then how do you expect that person to be motivated, you know? So, yenye nje ama branches in the department that we are trying to focus on, ngoba we are not satisfied ngendlela ekwenzeka ngayo izinto. Just give us time, honorable members. We will be dealing with matters pertaining to the issues zakwa road traffic inspectorate. Regarding the motor transport services, we're saying most of the department's revenue is derived from tax receipts collected in terms of the National Road Traffic Act. In this financial year, the department anticipated to collect a revenue of approximately 2.1 billion rand in respect of registration fees for new and annual renewals of vehicle licenses. There is revenue growth over the MTF a period derived from a general 4% increase in license fees as per agreement with the provincial treasury of the provincial tariffs. But having said that, Honorable Premier, ikona into abantu abas-criticize ngayo ukuthi we seem to be extremely exorbitant compared to our neighboring provinces, such that most of our road users are preferring to renew their licenses in the province of Mpumalanga, which simply means we are also losing revenue as the province of KwaZulu-Natal. So we will be making a submission to the Honorable Premier together with the Provincial Executive Council in order for us to see how can we review this decision to esayithatha at some stage njenge province ngoba we really losing a lot of revenue. We need to pay attention to this as well. Regarding the empowerment and community projects, I have already mentioned, honorable members, that there is an allocated budget of 42.194 million rands, which will be addressing the issues of poverty alleviation, empowerment, and job creation programs. There is a contractor development program that we have introduced in the department. That is another empowerment program. Of course, we are focusing more on empowering young people, women, disabled persons, and military veterans. In addition, the department has identified a further 22 million rands through internal reprioritization that will be used to employ 11,000 people who will participate in various programs that we have introduced as the department. Abanye bazosebenza ukuvuka ibambe routine road maintenance program, about 5,600 young people. Ngicela ukuhlephula kancane nje ngasekugcineni. Bese kuba khona this Welisisizwe Bailey Bridges program nakhona futhi about 780 EPWP participants abazobe besebenza khona. We are going to be having another 490 work opportunities that will be created, Honorable Chairperson. In conclusion, siyafisa ukubonga kakhulu ukubona bonke abantu bakwaZulu-Natal abasesekelayo njengomnyango wakwa-transport. Siyathembisa futhi ukuthi sosebenza kanzima ukwenza isiqiniseko sokuthi imigwaqo yethu iyahambeka nokuthi lapho kungekho khona ama-bridge sizowakha ama-bridge la during this current financial year nakwamanye ama-outer years. Abantu bakithi bangakhali kakhulu, siyezwa sizowenza umsebenzi ngokubambisana naboza wethu. Ngiyafisa kakhulu ukubonga kakhulu kundunankulu wethu uKhuzeni naboza wethu bonke esisebenza nabo ku-Provincial Executive Council. Bonke kakhulu ku-Chairperson Mantshinga, usihlalo wethu we-Portfolio Committee, kanye nabo bonke osihlalo, Chair of Chairs, uyafona njalo umseleku. Makhona ngakuboni kahle, Chief Whip, siyabonga kakhulu, sibonga kakhulu uSomlomo, Deputy Somlomo, i-members zonke, ne-members e-opposition. Mr. Moodley, uyafona all the time, no Miss Hussein, Honorable Hussein, bengicela ukuthi uzoba khona ngoba nayo raise ama-issues kakhulu no Mrs. Rajbansi. Siyabonga leyo nto yasiqhuquzela uMageba eZululand ama-issues akhe uza asibizele impela bona balalele naba. Siyabonga kakhulu leyo lobo buholi, siyamncoma kakhulu. Sibonge kakhulu Santako kwanapako, I know you are here. Siyabonga Gagashe kakhulu noza kwenu bonke emsebenzisana nabo. Siyanibona ukuthi nikhona nizoseseka nawo wonke nje ama-stakeholders. Undunankulu uyamazi uChief Whip, bakhona uChief Whip nabo bakhona lapha. Siyabonga kakhulu i-organization yama driving schools. So siyababonga bakhona phakathi kwethu. Sathi siyobabona ngila ngabazi introducer oyedwa wabo wasethi uChief Whip ayisajabula kakhulu ukusebenzisana noChief Whip. So siyababonga, siyabona ukuthi bakhona phakathi kwethu. Ngibonge kakhulu ku HOD umbhele naboza kwabo bonke sisebenzisana kahle kakhulu kodwa ke isiswebhu siyaqhuma ngesinye isikhathi kodwa kufanele bazi ukuthi we are here to serve siyohlala siqhuma ngesiswebhu mangabe umuntu engaboni kahle ukuthi kwenzakalani. Ngibonge kakhulu nefamily yami kakhulukazi abazukulu bami kuyaye ukuthi izinto mayingahambi kahle ngihambe ngiyodlala nabo isupport ke enkulu le engiyitholayo kubona. Ngiyabonga kakhulu. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable MSc. Next will be the report by the Chairperson of the Transport Portfolio Committee, Honorable T.S. Mchali, for 10 minutes.
Honorable Chair, Honorable Premier Kuzeni, the leader of government, Menomsatu Bengube, Mewaka, members of, honorable members, Chief Whip, the leadership of the African National Congress and all the opposition, please receive my warm greetings. First and foremost, Honorable Chair, noting the results of the storm which has led to many people passing away in our country, we want to, as a portfolio committee of transport, do send our condolences to their family and pray to God to extend his hand as they go through these difficult times. The portfolio committee of transport, having met and on the 29th of April to go through to the APP and the budget of the department, had done these analysis. The portfolio committee notes that the department is allocated 12.4 billion for the 2022-2023 financial year to provide safe transportation system and quality infrastructure which will act as a catalyst for the development and investment in the province. The committee also notes with appreciation that the department's budget grew by inflation growth rate of 7.4 compared to the previous financial year, Honorable Dubengube, and that is appreciated, noting that we still want more funding to be allocated to the Department of Transport, and that there were no budget reductions initiated against the department equitable share in 2022-2023. However, the carried through budget cuts implemented during the previous MTEF period meant that the department was deprived of about 888 million received in the absence of these carried through cuts. The committee notes with appreciation that the department allocated 8.1 billion, which is 72% of its total budget, towards transport infrastructure, Honorable MSc. And the department received the additional funding of about 582 million on the provincial roads and maintenance grant. While with that, we do want to indicate that we had raised our unhappiness about what had previously transpired, which the department is aware of it, and we hope that won't be repeated again. Continuing with the investment in the provincial road network while aiming towards the creation of EPWP job opportunities through road construction and the maintenance projects. Furthermore, the committee appreciates the increased allocation against transport regulations, which is an investment in law enforcement and regulations activities. Further, the department's APP and the budget deliberations during the hearings, amongst other things, were able to reflect on the following. The department APP is aligned to framework for strategic plan, as well as the NDP
and medium-term strategic framework, part of them which are priorities. There has been an upwards adjustment in most targets for the performance indicators for 2022-2023 fiscal period. The department undertook to ensure that bus industry and the restructuring of bus industry will also remain its focus area. Hence, we raised it, Honorable Premier, the fact that the ongoing court matter between the department and the service providers do require us to ensure that we zoom in closely so that we ensure that as we advance transformation, we are not delayed by certain people who are trying to oppose transformation. Therefore, other mechanisms should be applied. And over and above that, acting CFO, we do believe and agree that the other areas that still need bus subsidies that have not been attended to, who are not affected by the court processes, should continue with immediate effect. The department has increased number of schools which receives learner transport from 363 to 397, and that must be uploaded, Honorable MEC. While we will continue to call for more funding in this sector, as it's a critical role that ensures that we create a conducive environment for learners to be able to go to school, for we know that school is the key in dealing with poverty. The committee concerns. The committee pointed out the following concerns in respect of the 2022-2023 APP as well as the budget. The department in recent years has had the challenges with spending budget allocated for Transport Infrastructure Program 2, which contains bulk of the department's budget. And this poor performance has negatively impacted on the planned infrastructure projects and created infrastructure backlog. The decreased on the EPWP grant, whereas the department is said to have been able to spend this grant fully. However, the reporting is inefficient and incomplete. Hence, this grant has been reduced, which the department needs to attend to it. This decline has been persistent from the previous financial years, as it was 76 million in 2018-2019, but has decreased now to 68 million in 2022-2023. Since funds earmarked for disasters that occurred during the period of 2019-2022 have only been received in 2022 and 2023, what will be the implications and impact on targeted financial and non-financial performance and output as per the current budget and the APP? If additional funds for the 2022 floods are not received in the current financial year, the dire consequences of such, Honorable MEC, finance will mean that just like it had occurred in the disasters of 2019, it will affect us greatly, but we are still hoping that won't be the case. Due to the recent 2022 floods, as well as the pending reprioritization of the budget, some of the department's APP indicators might change, and this will aggravate the already existing infrastructure backlog. Poor infrastructural conditions of road traffic inspectorate, in particular stations, as well as the department, we had indicated that they will no longer be providing the 24-hour bridge operations. I think, Honorable MEC, you've already alluded to that, Honorable Nkonyeni, and we do believe that under your leadership, you should be able to zoom in closely to the issues of the RTI, especially the stations where they are operating. It does need an urgent attention. We will be monitoring it close. We have already started to deal with it as a portfolio committee. The high vacancy rate in the department, as well as the high staff turnover in the key position due to delays in the finalization of the organizational structure and the alignment of the organizational structure to the district development model. This, Honorable MEC, we must commend you for such, because it goes a long way, in particular, to align with the district development model. Members expressed great concern about the increase of vehicle licensing. which you have also alluded to. In the KZN province, the department, however, mentioned that motor licensing was another way of getting revenue, and they have been increasing it with only 4%, and indeed we are losing a lot of money which goes to other provinces. A report with timelines on the finalization of the organizational structure, which will be aligned to the DDM, which was reported to be implemented from 2021, and it will be completed 2022. We accept that. An updated APP, which then will be reflecting, as well as the budget, the reprioritization which emanates from the disaster, as well as the clear plan on how it will be reprioritizing its budget to fix the key roads and the bridges damaged from the 2022 disaster, considering that now we're facing, from the 2020 disaster, considering that now we're facing the 2022 one. In terms of the adoption of the budget, Honorable Chair, the African National Congress supported the budget, the IFP supported the budget, the DA reserved their rights, the AFF supported the budget, and the minority parties were not present, and we must thank everyone who participated in it, including the staff from the legislature and honorable members. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Mantina. We are starting our debate with the ANC. Honorable MC Fraser for 13 minutes. Honorable Fraser for 13 minutes from the ANC.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair, the Premier and the Executive, honorable members, ngibingelele no Chief Whip. Honorable members, from the outset, we wish to pay tribute to the employees of the African National Congress as the governing party for the work they did during the disaster period. While doing that, allow me to remind them the words of Malcolm X when he said, I quote, "We declare our right on this earth to be a man, to be a human being, to be respected as a human being, to be given the rights of a human being in this society on this earth. In this day, which we intend to bring into existence by any means necessary," unquote. Even during this challenging period, we ought to remind ourselves of the mammoth task ahead of us, of ensuring that the dignity of all human beings is being preserved. The ANC has developed capable leaders who understand that this government is the only vehicle through which to transform society for the better. The negative impact caused by the climate change causing floods has brought us into losing lives, roads collapsing, access to critical institutions such as schools, hospitals, etc. being affected. The economy declined. Their speedy response effectively and efficiently towards these challenges proves that indeed the ANC leads. The presentation of budget vote today has demonstrated without any shadow of doubt that the ruling party understands that transport is a catalyst for socio-economic development. Over the years, the ANC-led government launched an infrastructure revolution which involves construction of road infrastructure. This revolution was driven by our understanding that transport networks underpins economic activities by enabling the movement of goods and people. Unfortunately, the gains we have made have been reversed by these recent floods. We salute the President of the Republic of South Africa, His Excellency Cyril Ramaphosa, his cabinet, the Premier Sihle Zikalala and his cabinet, and members of this House for providing leadership during the most difficult period. Importantly, Chairperson, we salute the Provincial Department of Transport for establishing an emergency procurement guideline and standard documents for the appointment of service providers to assist with the urgent repairs to the road networks. We acknowledge that work is being undertaken in local municipalities, like in a case of King Tedwayo, Ilembe, Amajuba, and others, where existing crossings were washed away. These are being replaced by the Bailey bridges by the South African Defence Force. The SANDF deployed 6 to 10 teams that are currently building one bridge each. This will take duration of 3 months with job opportunities of 40 to 60 people per bridge. In eThekwini, the ANC-led municipality ensured that the engineering unit focused on reinstating road access and supporting other units where necessary. Great progress has been made in this regard. Honorable members, an integrated approach used by the spheres of government as championed by the African National Congress has helped to navigate through these challenges. Our speed in turning around the situation is based on our understanding as the ANC that the economy of KwaZulu-Natal is driven largely through the transport and logistics sectors. The activities of the logistics sectors are based on the 2 major ports housed in the province, namely Port of Richards Bay and the Port of Durban. Both ports are economically strategic, not only to the province of KwaZulu-Natal, but also to the national economy of South Africa, since they are linked to the economic heartland of South Africa, Gauteng, via road and rail networks. The Port of Durban is also a transit point for cross-border container traffic for our neighboring countries, which is a gateway to Southern Africa. Therefore, honorable members, had the ANC deployees failed to move with speed, the economy of the country would have collapsed. We pause, Honorable Chair, to salute all categories of staff in various spheres of government for their work in the rehabilitation of roads network. The ports of Richards Bay and Durban are important contributors to international trade and the significant enabler for South Africa and the province's economic development. With the repair and rehabilitation of roads, Transnet is now accommodating volumes of cargo brought by trucks. Trade growth for both ports is showing the significant improvement. We must remember that Durban generates just over 62% of the provincial economy and is a major city in South Africa. Having functional roads network is very, very crucial. In conclusion, Chair, I must hasten to point out that, as demonstrated by the Honorable MEC Peking Konyen, the ANC government has put in place a clear program to ensure the maintenance of more than 8,000 kilometers of access roads constructed over the years. Over 600 kilometers of major high-quality roads has been constructed to link rural towns, such as Nongoma, Hlabisa, Osizweni, and other areas. These are being maintained to ensure access to public facilities, such as schools, clinics, and other social amenities. Though much work still lies ahead, we are proud of the fact that many pedestrian bridges have been constructed to save children from drowning on their way to and from school. We have saved children and teachers the indignity of having to undress in order to cross the river every time they go to work in the village schools. The labor-intensive approach has become the mainstay of the road construction program, employing over Zibambele contractors and others through the EPWP program. As I draw towards conclusion, we acknowledge continuing major investment by state-owned transport agencies such as PRASA and SANRAL. SANRAL's pipeline of roads development project in KwaZulu-Natal is currently estimated at more than 21.6 billion. We salute the ANC government for building quality roads and highways across the province, and we recognize the significance of a reliable and swift road networks and the role it plays in influencing the economy, influencing economic development. In conclusion, Chair, we value the participation of law enforcement officers. We believe that they have an important role to play in ensuring that our roads, as we move forward, in ensuring that our roads are in a good condition. We therefore encourage the department to ensure that their operational environment is conducive and there should be no abuse of both the human and allocated resources meant for efficiency of the department. Chairperson, we support the department for defending government against the monopolistic tendencies displayed by those who are participating in the mainstream bus transport industry. The Portfolio Committee will always be on your corner, Honorable MEC and your department, on that particular matter. Litigations shall never deter the ANC government from promoting radical socio-economic transformation. Importantly, Chair, as Silver Matthews Boyle correctly advised that, I quote, while natural disasters capture headlines and natural attention short term, the work of recovery and rebuilding is long term, unquote. Indeed, yinde lendlela esihambayo. Kunjalo nje kubukeka engathi ukhongolo sekuphela ongakwazi ukuthi uhlangabezane nalezi inselelo esinazo. Ngakho ke sihlalo simile la Portfolio Committee namhlanje sizokusho ukuthi umsebenzi owenziwa eDepartment of Transport KwaZulu-Natal ubukeka uncomeka ngendlela eyisimanga, ngendlela oshesha ngayo. Siyafisa ke sihlalo ukuthi sithi akungabi ile period ye disaster kuphela okuyiyona abazosheshisa ngendlela abasheshisa ngayo, kodwa siyafuna ukuqinisekisa ukuthi ukhongolose ubathume ukuthi basheshise, abaqhubeke basheshise, sikhona thina emva kwabo nama voters akhona ngokunjalo ayolokhu ekuqinisekisa ukuthi ayabonga indlela okusetshenzwa ngayo. Ngakho ke sihlalo sengihlala phansi ngiyafisa ukubonga kakhulu kuma civil servants wethu wonke indlela azikhandle ngayo ngalesikhathi ebesinzima ngendlela eyisimanga. Ngiyabonga kakhulu. I-ANC iyayisupport i-budget. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Fraser. Our next orator will be from the IFP. That will be Honorable S. Motlin for 8 minutes.
Honorable Chairperson, before those who lost their loved ones in the recent floods, we hold them up in prayer. Honorable Premier, Honorable MECs, Honorable members, this debate comes in the aftermath of torrential rains that caused widespread damage to infrastructure and resulted in loss of lives in our province. It has also shown us with stunning clarity how the department has failed to maintain road infrastructure. This cannot be ignored. Having said that, the IFP supports the 12.474 billion budget for the 2022-23 financial year allocated to the Department of Transport. Our province has been battered by the flood disaster where many roads and bridges were flooded. Disasters in KwaZulu-Natal are no longer unforeseen. The province is experiencing serious and unprecedented effects of climate change. The 2022 floods were the most devastating in terms of geographical coverage, severity of damage and extent of loss of lives and infrastructure. The recent floods laid bare the incompetence by this department in effectively addressing the road infrastructure backlog. Many roads which were in a bad state before the floods have now been worsened. We have been repeatedly calling on the department to fix roads badly in need of repair, but our calls fell on deaf ears. The department must be held accountable for letting our people down by not fixing roads. Now the department is faced with the mammoth task to build roads that were flooded in 2019, 2020, and now in 2022. But we appreciate that 780 million has been allocated to build roads that were flooded during last year's floods. The IFP calls upon the Honourable MEC to be transparent about how much will be spent on fixing roads and bridges that were flooded in the past few weeks and in the awarding of tenders. Competent contractors must be appointed and SMMEs must be prioritized. We also acknowledge the efforts of the former MEC, who in his short tenure worked hard to address some of the challenges. As in the words of John C. Maxwell, believe leadership is servanthood. It's my responsibility to make sure my people have what they need to succeed and get their work done. The MEC must ensure that the work is done to the highest standards so we never again fail the people of our province. 2022-23 budget, the Honourable MEC is a shame that you have inherited a department that is in shambles. Many wrong things happened before you, but it is now your duty to provide tangible solutions and outcomes-based leadership to solve them. While we support the budget, the IFP states without fear that it does not trust that this budget will be fully spent by the department. It is a shame that the KwaZulu-Natal Department of Transport has lost 47.691 million, which has to be reallocated to other provinces as the department has failed spectacularly to spend its grant money. This is an insult to the people of our province, as there are many people who are still crossing rivers due to lack of bridges or having no roads at all, and many roads are in bad state. Urgent and decisive action is needed against this department. Incompetence must be not tolerated, condoned, or overlooked. The IFP believes that all learners must be provided with safe scholar transport. The allocation of 459.143 million for 2022-23 financial year towards scholar transport is welcomed, and it is pleasing to note that the Department of Transport has increased the number of schools that will benefit from scholar transport from 363 to 397. Further, the amount of 1.309303 billion during the 2022-23 financial year towards public transport operations grant towards the subsidization of public transport services is welcomed. The IFP reiterates its call for a taxi subsidy to be implemented. This is a call we made on numerous occasions, which sadly was ignored. We urge the Honourable MEC to look into this matter with the urgency it deserves. Provincial Roads Maintenance Grant and the EPWP grant for provinces, the PRMG, sees an increase of 789.799 million, 607.161 million, and 433.049 million over the 22-23 MTEF. The department in recent years had challenges with spending the allocated budget for this program, which has in turn negatively impacted on the department's planned infrastructure projects. These challenges include the suspension of the Vuvuzaka Emerging Contractor Development Program, contractors experiencing financial difficulties, 2 contracts being declared irregular by the AG, meaning that the department could not use these contracts to implement projects, challenges with access to quarries due to stoppage of work by local Amakosi, etc. We seek answers as to how the department intends to address these challenges, Honourable MEC. This budget is not for incompetent contractors who are awarded tenders to build roads but fail to deliver on time. Incompetent contractors must be blacklisted, and officials who are in cahoots with these contractors must face the full wrath of the law. Further, this budget is not for irregular expenditure. It is shocking that the KZN Department of Transport will spend 25 million to a service provider, Open Water Advanced Research, to investigate 17 billion irregular expenditure that occurred over a 7-year period. The department cites the shortage of staff as a contributing factor to the dismal performance. This makes no sense. This amount of irregular expenditure has been increasing over the years, indicating a complete disregard of SCM policies and regulations within the Transport Department. Our major concern about this irregular expenditure is that it could have been prevented if the leadership was serious about putting an end to it. Instead, there is no evidence showing that disciplinary steps were taken against officials who incurred the irregular expenditure. There are just no justifiable reasons for a department to incur irregular expenditure of 17 billion. We urge the Honorable MEC to ensure that the accounting officer is held accountable as to why the irregular and wasteful expenditure occurred. Further action must be taken against officials who are doing business with state, and outstanding cases must be expedited by the Office of the Premier and Forensic Department. Honorable MEC, the IFP wants to see the department achieving a clean audit. This is non-negotiable.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Our next debater will be Honorable S. Hussain for 8 minutes. From DA, Honorable S. Hussain for 8 minutes, or she's connected. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Over the last 3 years, the people of KZN have experienced wave after wave of death and destruction. Just as slowly as we are starting to recover from the devastation of the impacts of lockdown and COVID-19, we have now recently experienced one of the worst floods in our province's history. Millions of South Africans have lost their jobs. Businesses are struggling to keep their doors open. Families are struggling to put food on their tables. Violent crime is on an increase, and so too is alcohol and drug abuse, which is also contributing factor to the increase in road fatalities. In July, through politically instigated looting, businesses suffered billions of rands in losses. Many of these businesses are still trying to recover from those losses, and many of them will never open again. We know that some high-profile ANC members were behind the violent looting that took place, but where is the accountability? It is clear that this useless government has swept this matter under the carpet in the hope that we will all forget about it and move on to the next major crisis. The people of this province have yet to receive any meaningful contribution and feedback on who will be held accountable for that devastation that was brought onto our province. Does this government not realize that people have lost hope in the ability to govern? Do they not realize that their inactions and silence on major incidents like these are causing huge damage to investor confidence and thus has a direct impact on job creation? Well, many of us already know that you don't care because our government is a poverty government. For as long as you can keep our people poor, you keep them dependent and you stay in power. That's the real strategy. Madam Chair, just a few weeks ago, we experienced the wrath of Mother Nature when we lost more than 400 lives due to the flooding, causing destruction to property, roads and infrastructure. This left many families displaced with nothing but the clothes on their backs. Roads and bridges totally destroyed, limiting thousands of people across to access work, travel, schools, hospitals and communities. This is causing major rerouting of traffic, increasing even more delays and disadvantaging workers and businesses to complete a day's job. Although the citizens in KZN have become so resilient in times of a crisis, nobody on the roads and bridges and other public infrastructure that will remain as they are today. Yet again, Madam Speaker, this provincial leadership has been slow to take off and act. It is clear that this province's political leadership is slow to deliver to the people, but will be quick to spend the money. It's more than 3 weeks now since the flooding happened, but we are yet to receive a report on the total assessment of the damage of all the affected areas of roads, bridges, homes and businesses. If they can take so long to compile an assessment, how much longer is it going to take for them to repair it? Honourable Chair, 3 weeks ago, when our province experienced major flooding and damage to public property, this department received around 200 million rand in disaster relief. You would expect that given the urgency of the situation at the time, the department would have acted with speed and repaired public infrastructure. But that didn't happen. So it was carried over to the next financial year. But this time, they spent it. But nobody knows on what. When I raised this with the department recently and requested for a report, they had a dazed look in their eyes. Money has disappeared, and only God knows where it went. I can guarantee you again that as important as this matter is that I'm raising here today, nothing will come of it. Because some of the people in this useless ANC know where it is, and nobody will be held accountable once again. Now, 7 billion rand has been allocated to the Department of Transport. More than 3 weeks post the floods, the department has not yet produced a report and tabled a report to the Portfolio Committee. And how are we supposed to know how those funds will be spent? Yet the estimation of 7 billion rand was quickly established to gain a portion of the National Disaster Relief Funds. ANC-aligned entrepreneurs are already planning on how to feast on these funds. Watch this space next year when we return. Some of the vouchers will already be exposed by then. You will notice in the media that apart from the Premier apologizing for wanting personalized service for his family and having a zikalala delivered to his house, the Premier has come out assuring the people of KZN that the disaster relief funds will not be looted. The word looted is fast becoming a second language of corruption in this province. Why would the Premier of this province have to assure the public that funds won't be looted? The reason is simple, because he knows that his government has a reputation of looting and corruption. His words have no impact on public confidence. Nobody believes him. Every time our government announces major expenditure projects, it is actually an invitation to ANC-aligned entrepreneurs to ready themselves for the looting of public funds. Madam Speaker, if the 200 million in 2018 went missing and no one was held accountable, what confidence do the people of this province have that the 7.1 billion rand will be spent accordingly in the absence of a detailed report? Honourable Premier, the people of this province will judge you on your actions and not your cheap talks. Your words in the past have not been followed up with actions. The people of KZN need much more than cheap talks. This department has a poor record of delivering, and it cannot take another disaster for things to change. When you assess the performance of the provincial government's response